All right, party people. It's been a minute. It has been a minute. Let's do a quick check and make sure everything is working. Because who actually knows how to do these things? Not me. Okay, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine. All right, so what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Challenges. New challenge. 8 total challenges, and we are on number 7, the Penultimate challenge. Penultimate challenge, the challenge before the ultimate challenge. As the dead sleep. We're finally, Chelsea, welcome. We're finally dealing with the 2 last challenges, the 2 hardest challenges. We have 6 difficulty hatchets out of 6. As the dead sleep. Visit all the grave sites marked on your map. Surely it couldn't be that hard. We just did Nomad and the Archivist. It's just a matter of walking around, right? Surely. Surely. Okay, so predictions. I predict that As the Dead Sleep is going to start in one of 2 places. The first place that I think is the most likely, and I think this because of the side mission during the episodes, is the church that is west of Milton in the mountain town. The second place I'm thinking is the church in Hunter's Crossing, I think it's called. No, Thompson's Crossing. I always call it Hunter's Crossing. Okay, so death is the only barrier. It may be time to transcend that barrier. Let's get down to business. Click, click, and click. The world has changed. Chance for one last journey. We've done a lot of one last journeys. Okay, let's see what we got here. Do we start with the moose stack? No. Where is this? Fallen Lighthouse. This is in Bleak Forest. Not Bleak Forest, Bleak Inlet. Oh, I love this spot. Okay. What are we doing? We are going to the Broken Railroad Maintenance Shed, Hushed River Valley, Many Falls Vista. I actually think I know where that is. Maybe. Timberwolf Mountain, Crystal Lake, I know where that is. Ravine Basin. Ravine Basin? Ravine Basin. That's probably the lower part of the ravine, and then Desolation Point, the Ricken. Okay, so that is... Where's our map? We're at Bleak Inlet. If we can go up to Ravine, we'll do that. Because I'm thinking what we do is we loop around, hit Broken Railroad first, then we swing up through the Forlorn Muskeg to Mountain Town in Hushed River Valley, and then we can go all the way down, like I said, it's not all the way down, all the way over to Pleasant Valley, then Timberwolf, and then we'll go down to Desolation. Okay, so, first order of business, is there anything good here? So, we are technically at a place that has an ammunition workbench, but I'm sure we're not going to use any of that dusting sulfur. Okay, what you got? Marine flare, I'll take it, just because there's an infinite number of timberwolves here. Bobby, welcome. We literally just started As the Dead Sleep, and of course there's nothing up here. Okay, so let's go to what, in my opinion, is one of the top 3 cozy locations in the game. And that is over there. The Cannery Workers' Residence. But first, let's check this little ice fishing hut, and then we'll head over. Okay, so as it turns out, this is absolutely not where I thought we would be starting this. Not even close. I don't see anything nice on the beach here. So let's just keep it moving, because it's pretty chilly. Pretty chilly. I don't know if you guys have ever been so chilly, but I've been so chilly once or twice in my time. so
Cold is making my head
take all this firewood. Interloper difficulty, and you can't regain health. Okay, well that is... I would have been a little bit faster if I had realized that. Can't regain health by sleeping. Okay, so that means we really need to go over and get inside ASAP. Interloper difficulty can't... And birch bark doesn't spawn. Well. If I had known these things, the rope to ravine isn't there. I was suspecting that. I think the rope to ravine is probably one of the ones that... Yeah. Okay, well, first order of business is, can we get inside, please?
Freezing.
So let's think. It's kind of a shame to already have lost some health, but it should be fine, right? It should be fine. Alright, come on. Come on. Alright. Cozy location number 1. What have we got? Other than some darkness that I can't really see in. Okay, anything under the bed? Old bedroll, don't need it. Actually, I guess first order of business is, let's actually figure out what wood we have. We have not even a bedroll. A little bit of water, no food. A windbreaker is nice to have, actually, and it's a new windbreaker. Okay, we do have an energy bar. But I would like some more clothing, please. Fleece mittens, we can do those. What have we got? Could have sworn there were some cans around here somewhere. Is that crazy? Metal pail, metal shelf. Cardboard box, metal shelf. Nothing, really? Cardboard box? Okay, is this worth... We have 5 sticks and 8 matches. Okay, let's think. We are right about here. I think we might have to go to over here, the cannery first. Because if the... Where is it? Somewhere over here. If the rope that goes up to this firewatch isn't there, this whole place over to the right, to the east, is just a dead end. So, yeah, I think we are going to have to hit the cannery first. Then we'll go to... There's like a trailer something over here. And then we'll just have to try to sprint north. Maybe, perhaps, drop by 1 or 2... I think there's 1... We'll see how good our clothes are. But I think there is a single hunting blind over here. I think there's another hunting blind over in the top area here. And then the cave that goes to Forlorn is somewhere up north here. You know, probably can't miss it, I hope. But for now, I think let's nap for an hour. Actually, you know what? Yeah, it's kind of going to hurt, but I need to make sure we're not missing anything here. Which we would have if I didn't use that. And we would have missed that too. Okay. So I think we've got everything here. Let's sleep for an hour. And then we can do a little bit of... What would I call it? We can do a little bit of car hopping to get us across the bridge and over to the cannery. I was hoping that it would be warmer than that. So we'll have to sleep for another hour. You know what? I should put the mittens on. Okay. Where are those mittens? Here. They're fleece mittens, but they're pretty high condition, so it's... I'm not going to scoff at it. And that's getting low enough. I suppose we can eat some of this man food. %35 man food. Okay. So, I guess let's go and see what we can do here. I'm trying to remember if there is anything good around here. I don't think there was. Well, I'll take the luck. I think I might actually need it now. I totally forgot. We're going to take a small detour over to this fishing hut. Small detour. Okay, show me what you got. Sardines, I'll take it. Reclaimed, I'll take it. Nothing else, huh? Show me what you got. Okay, nothing. So, let's just get out of here. Yeah, it has been a while since I've been back to Bleak Inlet. A long time. Although I think I might have at one point found a pair of welding gauntlets in these cars over here. Okay. Yeah, let's check these cars. There's also a moose over there. Alright, I was hoping we'd be warm enough to warm up in these cars, but I guess not. Alright, show me what you got. Nothing. These people are not leaving anything behind for me. Very rude. I think our next location is going to be that slightly inside shack sort of thing at the... over there. In the cannery. Nothing. Ah, now that we can probably use. A sewing kit, and we don't have a pry bar, so any of these trunks are locked, we can't get in them. We'll take the scarf. Definitely take the scarf. The actual interior of the cannery. So I'm actually not thinking the inside of the cannery. I'm thinking if there's like one... It's not really... It's kind of a terrible scarf. It's not really an interior you can go into, but it is a room that has a door. It has a door, it has a hobo fireplace, and I think it might have a bed. Yeah, it's semi-safe, but it's not a proper interior, so it might actually not be warm enough to warm up without a fire. That's what we're gonna have to check. Alright, show me what you got. Nothing in the trunk. Why do Canadians have no junk in their trunk? Oh, that sounds like something. Ooh, a toque. Even though it's a cotton one, we're pretty desperate. We are pretty desperate. The wolf pack is going to be an issue. Or will it? Or will it, Chelsea? Ooh, this? Accelerant. Probably not worth the detour. This wolf pack and I are... We're friends. I think we're pretty chill. And at least finally the wind stopped. So we're not completely burning temperature. Nothing in the glove box. Okay, anything in the back seat? No. Trunk's locked. Alright. So. Let's see what the situation out front here is.
Can't feel my feet.
Okay, I don't see anything and I haven't heard an awoo. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go low. We're going to sneak inside the defilade down here so it's harder for them to see us. And then we're going to just be quick. I believe you hate the challenge. You'd rather do the hunted 10 times more than do this one. Well, I mean, I've never done interloper difficulty before. So it's kind of a little bit exciting. And I don't see... I'm not going to say it because I don't want to jinx it. There's a wolf. Okay, so there's a wolf. I hear a wolf over here. Okay, watch this. While he awoos... While he awoos, we're just GTFO. Yeah, I see you, bud. Ah! Buddy. Okay, this is not great. I think he won that fight. Alright, so that didn't work. Let's see how screwed we are. Oh, we are. We are so dead. Okay, so first thing we need is, do we even have any bandages? We don't have any bandages. So, Jesus Christ. Okay, let's fix this. Yeah, you are going to bleed out. Where? Oh, I haven't made bandages. You've... God damn it. God damn it. I cannot believe that guy got me with the quick scope. Yeah, heck your friendship. And we don't have anything to deal with this. You know what? We can use a bandage. We're probably going to need to sprint. And that's just pain, right? No one cares about pain. Okay, how much time do we have until infection risk? That's not great. Cardboard box, don't need you. Okay. Okay, I don't think there's anything in here. Painkillers. We didn't need painkillers. Yeah, there's nothing else in here. Okay, so let's prepare. If they're still there, we'll see what happens. Who knows? Maybe they got their pound of flesh. Okay, I didn't realize how cold it was. That was a really bad idea. Okay, so let's remember there's a safe there. Let's check the safe room. Uh-huh. Okay, where is... It's over here, isn't it? Nope. Open, please. Okay, here we go, and... close, and it's not warm enough. So, start a fire, and cross our fingers. Just have the... That is a little bit high risk for me, so what we're going to do is start the fire with accelerant.
Looks like it worked.
Okay, it did work, Mackenzie. Flamed wood and a couple sticks. What do we have here? Nothing really. Okay. Okay, so let's see the situation. The situation, I think, is quite dire. Quite dire, to say the least.
That'll come handy.
Because I think we're about to get a little bit of an infection. Yeah, so let's see, do we go in... Can we get some old man's beard wound dressing? I don't think so. I do not think so. It's a little bleak inlet situation, isn't it? That's right, Chelsea. And there's like garbage over here for loot. Okay, so... We'll warm up a tiny bit. As much as we can with this plus 11 Celsius fire here. You know what? What is this, an hour and 30? Let's YOLO 1 hour of sleep here. And see exactly how much the infection screws us. I've never actually gotten an infection before, so this is exciting. Okay, where's the infection risk? Okay, that is only 60%. I would have expected it to be more. Alright. So we are warm-ish. We're wearing all of our clothes. Food-wise, let's eat and drink some. Oh, God. I think we actually go up and around the rope here, because there might be some stuff. Ideally, some antiseptic. I'm not feeling too confident about it, but I don't think we have much other option. Anything over here on the ground? Not really, huh? Ah, tools. A tool, it's me. Nothing. I also hear paw pads, so we're going up. Okay, so let's see if we have anything that's easy to get here. Like whatever's in locker number 5. Nothing. It's such a desperate situation, I am actually thinking that it's worth our while to look in all these cupboards and drawers. Even though there's usually just garbage here. Oop. Sewing kit? We don't need another sewing kit. Not really. We don't need all these sewing kits.
Wonder if the owner's around.
Ooh, Wooltook, yes please. Absolutely yes please. Okay, anything nice here? No, not really. What is this? That is... I thought it was a huge fish on the deck of the ship, but it was just graffiti. Okay, you know what? Wool scarf. I think that's probably better than the toque. The cotton one anyway. It is. Okay, so we are bescarfed and betooked. And if we can get out of here, I wonder, do we just hop down directly and try to get over to the next place? I think we might. Nothing, anything underneath. Got a couple homies. Nothing good on their phones, though. Alright, come on. Slowest walker in all the land. Nothing on there. Got a wolf there. That guy is just camping me there. Absolutely silly. Okay, and that... Guys, what do you think the odds are we're going to get around to some woodworking?
This stuff will come in handy.
I'm going to say low to none. Oh, buddy. Did they just... First off, this pack is huge. Second off, did they already just get frightened? No, they didn't.
Can't feel my hands.
Take the firewood. And I think there was one or two things around here. Also, if we fall from these rafters, we're dead. Thought I remembered something, but I'm not seeing anything. Take this. Okay, that was kind of terrible. So... yeah, get out of here. GTFO, little pup. Alright, hop, hop, hop. We have such little health that it's actually extremely bad to be even losing
Never felt so cold in my
health from this cold. Jesus. Well, okay. Conga line. Yeah, woof woof. Okay, is there anything nice out here? I think there's a container over here somewhere. We can't really afford the temperature. We can't afford to lose any more health than we're already losing. Oh, and also I forgot the flare's also about to go out. Oof. Well, talk about a close call. Okay, so we are this close to being infected. 66%. And I can't see anything in here. So we're going to have to light another match. Doesn't look like there's much of much. No, no, no. Backpack, maybe? Antiseptic? No. Nothing? Hmm. Busted up lockers. Okay, so... I saw a bed, didn't I? Somewhere on the ground here? Okay, hold on. I think it was this way. Shelf, shelf. Absolutely wasting matches here. Okay, here it is. Yeah, there really is nothing in here, huh? Ah, a spray can. Extremely useful. Okay, so let's sleep for a bit and just see exactly what this... Well, first off, low on food, low on drink. I think we can nap for a little bit, warm up, hopefully, and then maybe start a fire outside and do some water. But again, let's see what happens when we get infection. Because that might just immediately do us in. Okay, pain is healed. How am I not infected yet? 88%. I'm trying to think, is there even another place where I can find something to deal with this infection? I can't think of anything. I also can't remember where the door is. Middle shelf? Middle shelf? Oh, you know what? We don't have any tinder, do we? We have sticks, we can make tinder. Why am I infected? Because a friend of mine decided to give me a hug before washing his hands. Is why. And you know what friend that was. Okay, shelf, shelf, shelf. I really do not know where the exit is. Okay, there's... See something here. What is that? Okay, is that a window? Where's the exit? Is this a window? No, this is a shelf. I can barely see the tiniest, littlest metal. Why are there all these metal shelves everywhere? I'm surrounded by metal shelves. Am I just hallucinating these dark shapes that I'm seeing? Oh, you know what? No, no, we're definitely gonna die. We are definitely gonna die. Okay, here's the window. This is the window in front of us. So then behind us should be the door? No. Is there anything we can put on the ground? No. Fire? No. Can we maybe place? Okay, here we go. Where the hell are we? Where are we and where do we... I thought where the heck is this? Okay, so this is a window. I'm sure this is a window. Okay, now I'm standing up. Where?
Burning up.
Okay, here's the infliction. What is this doing to us? Infection. We need... Okay, so antibiotics is the infection. So if you can antiseptic before you get the infection, and afterwards you need antibiotics and recovery time. This is probably going to kill us outright because we don't have either of those things. And I'm also going to have to burn a match to figure out how the hell to get outside of this place. Okay. Okay, here's the door. Do we have wolves? Not as such. Start the fire. Probably could have started the fire with the match you already had in your hand, Mackenzie. You didn't need to waste 25% of our matches. You did not need to waste that. Okay, we lucked out here. Might as well add the reclaimed wood. It's not like we're ever going to be able to use it. And there should be, down this way I want to say, 1 or 2 boxes. Yeah, here's a box. Nothing in the box. Also, this is what it feels like to be drunk. Okay, I think that's all that's around here. So I think our goose is cooked. Yeah, nothing over here. Nothing back here. Even with the fire, we're still losing temperature. Okay, so. Mackenzie, you're definitely drunk. What do we have and what can we do with that? Add fuel, might as well. Let's think. What can we do? First off, what we can do is make a little bit of water. No cooking pots. I thought we had another reclaimed can from the dog food. I mean the man food. Guess not. Let's see. If you guys were a tree stump with some reishi mushrooms on you, where would you be? Oh my god, I can barely see anything. But I think there should be a tree stump or two in this direction. There should also be another pack of wolves. Jeez. Mackenzie is so drunk. So sticks don't need them. Yeah, I can't see much of anything around here. Oops. And of course, with this tiny little breeze... Okay, luckily we have our night vision back, and I'm pretty sure the fire is this way. But of course, with that tiny little breeze, it blew out our torch.
I need to find some place to escape this cold.
Okay, the only problem is I can't see the edge here. Here we go. Okay, you know what? Light you. Let's just go inside. Let's just go inside. We're definitely losing condition here, though. Yeah, Jesus, I cannot see anything.
That guy who drank his own pee doesn't seem so crazy right now.
Oh man, Mackenzie, you're drunk. You're completely drunk. Okay, so this is a bust. This is definitely a wash. Yeah, we just have painkillers, and that's not going to help us. Although I did miss the peaches in here. Okay, you know what? Let's just sleep our way away. Just a nice little sleep. Found 0 graves. All right, you know what? I feel better now that I know that we're never from the beginning going to be getting any health back. So, with that in mind, let's waste less time here. Okay, first order of business. Is there anything to find here? No. Is there perhaps anything on the first floor here? Yes. There. I definitely don't remember seeing a bedroll last time. So this is already like 10 times easier. Okay. So now, let's actually play the objective. Because these other, podunk 2 hatchets out of 6 challenges have been like, oh, it's not really a challenge. But now we're serious. It's time to lock in. Okay. Let's be quick about this. First order business, we're going to check that. First, get some sticks. We're going to check that fishing hut. We're going to go over to the fishing camp. And with luck, this time we won't actually lose any health from the cold. Okay, here we go. Check the, as usual, completely useless shelves and drawers. Nothing. Literally nothing in this fishing hut. Okay, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. I think we just have to follow the same path. Except this time we'll not mess around with the wolves. Because they're not messing around either. Although I will also say, I think that might be the one or two only times that I've seen a timber wolf actually pounce on me, as opposed to just doing a glancing blow. I didn't even know that they could do that. And might as well pick up a stone or two while we're at it. Hook. And hook. Okay. We have a little bit of temperature to play with. So let's check outside a little bit. Not seeing much of anything. Yeah, I don't see anything. Nothing. Nothing good around here. Alright. Why do I feel like it's easier to see things here than it was before? Old bedroll, metal container. Bed, nothing on the bed. Drawer, nothing in the drawer. Trunk. Surely the trunk won't let us down. Okay, the trunk kind of let us down just because that's such a bad toque. Kind of a lame toque that only someone who's extremely desperate would bother with. Did someone say someone extremely desperate? I wonder who matches that description. Couldn't be us. Definitely another cotton toque. Alright, and this time let's not actually throw any matches away. Broom we don't need. Who needs a hatchet to break down a broom? Just use your knee, bud. Alright. Alright. Let's get these trashy toques on. We haven't found anything else yet. You know what? I think we are good. Wait a second. Where did we get the regular flare from? I don't remember picking that up. Okay, let's double, triple check. Chips. I always miss something there. Okay. Not even any cloth, huh? Nothing under. Yeah, there's definitely nothing under. Nothing hidden back here, and nothing hidden back here. Okay, I think we're set here. So, again, I think we need to sleep for an hour and hope we warm up a little bit. Either hope we warm up or hope the wind dies down. I don't hear any wind, but I think we need the extra temperature first. Which is kind of a shame, because that's a little bit burning daylight. Okay. Now for realsies. First order of business, don't forget to check the fishing hut. That'll save us a little bit of time. Oh, what the hell was that noise? Why is there a bear here? Can someone explain this? Can someone explain this situation? Can someone explain what we have found ourselves dealing with? I demand an explanation. Okay, well. It never rains but pours. And let's just leave it at that. That was barred up. Okay, nothing here. Yeah, I see you, bud. The scream you scrumped. I heard a honk and I thought, there's no way there's a moose here, right? It turns out it wasn't a moose. Okay, well, I didn't even know there could be a bear there. I didn't even know there was a bear cave down here. So let's check the cars again. Let's check the cars and hope. I'm also trying to think, is there a better way to get into the cannery? I don't think there is. To the point where I'm wondering, do we just bypass the cannery completely? We really could, I think. If we weren't so low on food. Driving gloves and a toque. We'll take the driving gloves. Is this toque better than our toque? It is. That's a pretty good toque. Okay, so we have a couple of options. One option is head to the cannery and take a nap there, sleep the night. That could be rough. Option the second is go in the cannery and through the cannery and hope for the best. Option the third is completely bypass the cannery. And I think we should be able to avoid the wolves altogether. I don't know if there is any votes one way or the other, but currently, because I don't remember actually seeing anything in the cannery, and I don't think we'll have time with the wolves chasing us to actually crack the safe, I think we might just completely bypass it. I think we might just bypass it altogether. Anything in here? There's a dude who wasn't here before. A dude with nothing on him. Absolute trash tier loot. Alright. Actually, hold on. Think about it this way. Yeah, probably the best because we won't find anything. Think about it this way. We already had a predator spawn here, right? Surely there couldn't be more wolves at the cannery, right? And of course all the trunks are locked. We can go up here and check. Okay. And of course, I already see a wolf in there. As long as there are no wolves out front, we should be able to go around just fine. Alright. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, now the decision that we have to make is... do we go up to the top of this mountain? I think there might be like a dead deer or something up there.
Making my head feel thick.
It's too cold. We just need to get inside ASAP. Okay, so first order of business, get inside and warm up. Second order of business... I'm just trying to think. Do we try to get out of the Bleak Inlet today? There's not a lot of daylight left. But it should be... the night should be warm. Is the avatar a bear or a dog? That's... it cuts me to the quick, Chelsea. It cuts me to the quick. Once we're done with these last two challenges, we will definitely be spending at least a little bit of time in Blender shortening up the snout, and maybe even figuring out how to do textures, and maybe making the mouth a little bit different. So, and for now, let's just leave it ambiguous. Okay, anything here? No. Anything in the container? No, of course that wasn't worth the time. Alright, nothing here. Nothing over there, it's all just burnt out, and please let me up. And nothing over here. Okay. So that was not a lot of health to lose. But it was a little bit of health to lose. Spray paint, get out of here. We don't need you. Already 1,000 times better than the last run. You're not wrong about that. You're definitely not wrong about that. Tomato soup.
Food or...
It is food, Mackenzie. Okay, and while we can actually see, practical gunsmithing. We'll keep that just because we can burn it. Okay, so there is literally nothing worth picking up here other than this stuff. So, you know, there wasn't always a first aid kit here, was there? First off, it's empty. Second of all, it might have had antibiotics or something. But surely it wasn't there last time. I don't remember seeing it. I also don't remember looking up there, so who knows? In the words of Julia Childs, who's to know? Okay. I think we take a nap for 2 hours. That's going to let us get this temperature up. It's going to let us get a bit more fatigue. And I think we try to just hoof it north and get inside the cave before it gets too dark. Yeah, that feels like a good idea. That does feel like a good idea. And if we navigate correctly, we might be able to drop by a... What's the word I'm looking for? First order business. Let's rip apart one of these toques for some... Yes, cloth. And let's get some bandages, because we have no bandages right now. But as I was saying, as long as we're careful in the way we go across the rivers to the north, we might be able to drop by a hunting blind. Okay, what was I going to do? I was going to do this, craft bandages, and also I think a couple of tinder plugs. 4 tinder plugs. Okay, let's eat, let's drink, and let's hope the ghost of Christmas past is with us. Delicious. Delicious tomato soup. Delicious ketchup chips. And delicious water, potable. Alright. Oh god. So, anyway, I lost track of the door. Okay. Okay, we got lucky. But we're gonna have to be fast here. It sounded... Yeah, this is windy. I don't like it. So, what we're actually gonna do is we're gonna save our sprinting for when we are not in a wind shelter. But yeah, we're gonna have to be quite quick. Quite quick here. We're losing the daylight too. Alright, so Frozen Delta. Yeah, right. Frozen Delta. Let's go around on this side. And thank you. Okay, we'll go up here for a little bit, and then we'll cut right eventually. Oh, of course the wind stopped. I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. Alright, so if I was something interesting, like some rose hips or some reishi mushrooms, which I actually have a purpose to pick up now, where would I be? Somewhere around here, right? Okay, they're flying, not circling. So I'm still not entirely sure where this hunting blind is. Ooh, let me across, and we're safe. But I think it's approximately in this direction still. It's probably hidden somewhere up on... Up. Be a little careful on this ice, huh? I think falling in and getting wet now would be another game over. But I would like to find this hunting blind. Oh, speak of the devil. Before it gets dark. Alright, what you got? I can't really see much. And you don't have much in your corner. Just a backpack and it's probably empty. Peaches. An entire hunting blind just for a can of peaches. I will take the rose hips though. Even more rose hips. Okay, so nothing else. And I think we want to go this way, should be north. The main problem here is I don't exactly remember what the cave looks like that we're looking for. I know it's somewhere on this cliffside. Can I please get up? Please? No, apparently not. We're going around. This way. We're going around the other way. Yeah, somewhere in this direction there should be a cave. But I definitely don't spend enough time in this northern part of the map to know exactly where. Especially now that it's getting dark. Surely one of these is traversable, right? Yeah, here we go. Okay. I want to say the cave we're looking for is probably maybe to the right of these waterfalls. I'm pretty sure it's to the right of the waterfalls. Probably. Maybe. What am I stuck on? But man, it's dark. It's dark already.
I can't feel my feet.
And I can't see much of much. Even the glare coming off the screen from the lights behind me. They're starting to overpower any of the details that I can see. Alright, so if I was a cave, where would I be? Maybe over to the right here? I'm beginning to think that perhaps the cave isn't over to the right here. Because where is this? This is like... Yeah, the cave's got to be to the left of the waterfalls. It's got to be. Yeah, ravines and waterfall, uh-huh. Don't care. I only have my vague recollection to go off of. Alright, and we're hypothermic again. Please let me cross this. Oh god, that's a bad idea. Bad idea. Bad idea to cross that. If you guys remember the end of the other challenge, the end of the Archivist challenge, I don't think I'll be playing games with these things, with these thin ices. This should be doable, right? Yeah. Okay, so does this look like a cave? This doesn't really look like a cave. Or is it? It's hard to tell. I guess we have to go check. No, that's not a cave, that's a rock. So we continue this way. Now, I think there's some reishi on one of these stumps over here. And then to the right, there might be a cave. And not that stump. Maybe one of these. Eventually, aha. If I hit a bear cave, I'll know that we've gone too far. Also, it's getting dark. Do we go up here? No. Maybe down here. Yeah, this looks like the right direction for a cave, right? Yeah, here we go. Here we go. All is right in the world. All is right in the world, and we only lost a little bit of health. Okay, so it is dark. It is very dark. I think what we do... I think we pop down our bedroll right here, and we sleep for, say, 6 hours for starters. Let's see where that puts us. Where does that put us? Not quite at dawn. And we're also quite thirsty.
I would drink almost anything about now.
Almost anything, Mackenzie. Almost. I think we have to turn around. How much firewood do we have? Not a huge amount, actually. I think we actually have to go outside and make some water, because we're going to get pretty desperate pretty dang soon. I didn't hear any wind. Did we leave? No. There we go. So hopefully it's not... It doesn't sound windy and I can't see anything. I suppose it's a windbreak anyway. So we didn't find accelerant, but we do have a book. Okay. Fingers crossed. What was that? 70, 80%? Surely. Surely it couldn't fail.
Come on.
Come on. Actually, come on. This is a little bit stressful. Okay, here we go.
That did it.
Yeah, it's still pretty cold, huh? So add fuel, reclaimed. No way we're ever using this book. Burn it. And probably also the cedar. We can have a good feeling about finding more. And only one recycled can, huh? I suppose if you smash open a can, it's hard to recycle it. Okay. I have a good feeling about finding more firewood inside the cave. Maybe even some coal. Alright. It still feels cold, huh? I think we have to suck it up still. Alright. We don't have anything to cook. More water. More water. And drink it. I almost let us dehydrate more than I needed to. Alright. An hour left. Add fuel. Yeah, surely we'll find more sticks. And the reason I'm doing that, we'll do another half hour, is it's 40 minutes. We'll take it. We'll take that. And we'll also pull a whole bunch of torches. Whole bunch of low-quality garbage torches. Torches that only a mother could love. This one's pretty nice, actually. Ooh, this one's pretty nice. Why is it that the best torches are when the fire is at the lowest condition? I'm not going to pretend to understand it. Okay. So, now, let's go through the cave. I think I remember this cave being moderately involved. So we might actually be able to find a little bit of something in it. But I might also get lost. Ah, coal. An old king coal. Actually, yeah, as many coal as we can find. Definitely something that I want. We want coal. We want firewood. This, I think, should be either a donut or a dead end. This shouldn't be back the way we came. Only one coal in this entire cave? Come on, Canada, don't be so stingy. That's not it. Or did I just go around in a circle? Let's see. If I recognize two pillars close together... Aha, cool. Two pillars close together, I recognize this. I remember this little crouch spot. I believe that the way out of this cave involves a climb down zone. Like one of those ones that you can just hop down. Ah, what is this? Marine flare will take it. And, oh god. This guy didn't have a nice end. Did not have a nice end. I know this is not the right direction. I'm pretty sure it's not anyway. It should head back to that room that we took a turn through. So if we find the room, which should be this... Ah, we'll get this coal. We will turn around and go back. Yeah, I think last time we went this way, and that led to that crouch zone. So let's head back this way. I keep forgetting that there's no real reason to not sprint right around now. Okay, so we can continue this way, and that should lead to the climb zone. In fact, I think this is the climb zone. It is. All right. throw you. And because the long dark never chooses the right torch, we'll use the low quality torch. Hoppity hop hop hop. Okay. So let's think ahead now. If I remember, this cave exits very close to that residence on the southern part of Bleak Inlet. So I think that's going to be our next stop. Because it should have a whole bunch of burnables, at the very least. Should have some coal. Might even have some tools, if we're really lucky. Okay, I think this is also either a figure eight or a donut. Or a dead end. Could be either. Yeah, this is a dead end. Because the lower part here shouldn't be too complex. Which means that this is the direction to the exit. Okay, it's almost dawn. But I think even though it probably means losing this fire, in fact, it almost certainly means losing this fire, I think we sleep in the cave. We sleep until at least noon. Because we are quite desperate for warmth. Let's also remember to toss on that Canada toque. Oop, let's not lose where the torch is. And light. Okay, where are we going here? I didn't remember this lower area being so long and involved. I remembered it being there. Okay, here we go. Here's the exit. So let's make sure we have good clothing on. For example, ooh, a low condition Canada toque. We'll wear that and we'll harvest the other one. Because we harvest the other one and that lets us repair the Canada toque. Wait, why did it take off the good toque and put on the bad toque? Suppose it's fine. So we harvest the bad toque. Fire will probably go out. And we repair the good toque. You know what? We'll repair the good toque later. Because I don't want to lose the fire and then have it fail to repair because of that. Yeah. Let's eat and drink before we go to sleep. Because I feel like the way that I'll end up dying on this particular run is probably by forgetting to drink before going to sleep and then sleeping for 12 hours. Because if you don't regain condition while you sleep, then that means being dehydrated for 10 hours would be extremely bad. Okay. Sleep for like 5 hours. That'll only leave us with about 1,000 calories. Okay. But it is mid-morning. And mid-morning being blah 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 blah. What is speaking really? Mid-morning means it should be warming up. So we shouldn't just immediately be spawn camped. And if we had any way to access that deer meat, I would do it. I will hop over here for these rose hips. No, these are scrub brushes, not... Is that a rose hip or a scrub brush? That's a scrub brush. I will take this stick, though. Okay, so. And of course a blizzard is coming on. Okay, so that's that. If we follow this left side here, there could be a prepper cache on the way to the residence that I'm looking for. There could be. It's a long shot, especially in this game mode, probably. But there could be. I just need to get my bearings, see exactly where we are in reference to that estate. You know what? I've never seen such stingy mushrooms. Okay, scrub brush, we do not need to break that down. Okay. I think there's actually quite a ways to the residence still. a much longer ways than I was expecting there to be. So let's go post-haste. Pick up some sticks along the way. That kind of looks like a hunting blind over there. I don't think we can bother going out onto the ice. Not if we can ignore it or avoid it. Yeah, especially not with this wind coming in, jeez. Now, the question, can I see anything in the cave if there even is anything? Not really. You know what? Yeah, there's really nothing in this cave, huh? Okay, so I don't like all this wind. That's not great. Especially because it sounds a hell of a lot like a blizzard. I think we have to keep moving. I think we're so low on food we have to keep moving. Okay. Well, this isn't the best situation to be in. Yeah, we are a lot farther from the estate than I thought we were. And that is a hunting blind over there, huh? The more you know. Okay, so the estate's over there. It's past these little houses. There are probably a bunch of wolves around it, so we'll try to go over to the left. That should be safer. And we'll also get some of these poultice, these old man's beard lichens over here. Because when, not if, we get attacked by a wolf again, we're gonna need it. Come on, give it to me. Give it to me! I don't have time to be sitting in this wind, come on. Alright, so we're heading up and to the left here. Actually, quick detour, see if there's anything nice fallen in these burnt houses. Doesn't look like it though. Yeah, there's nothing here.
Can't feel my hands.
Nothing here. Okay. Head up to the left. Hope we find a prepper cache. And even if not, we're going to head down to the estate and hope we can get there before any wolves see us. Question mark? This should be traversable, right? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Come on, 11. Come on, 12. There we go. Not going to break an ankle. It was a close thing, though. Yeah. I feel like the prepper cache would be right here if it was anywhere, so let's just keep going. Let's just keep it moving. Unless? What is that? Is that a rock? Yeah, that's a rock. What the hell am I stuck on? Come on. Okay, so there's a deer here. Not that we can do anything about it. Or with it. Yeah, in the second place the prepper cache would be somewhere here. But I'm not seeing it, you're not seeing it. It's not here. I don't see any wolves, do you? You don't see any wolves. Okay, no wolves. Which is my favorite number of wolves. At least right now. First aid kit. Probably not useful. Bandage. A single, lonely, solitary bandage. Okay. If there was a hobo fire, I would do that. I think this should be sufficiently defended from the fire, or from the wind. I hope it should be sufficiently defended from the wind. Because if not, we'll have to use the forge. Literally nothing to forge, though. Okay,
It worked.
You're done. You can go on. That'll warm us up quite nicely. Add some of these sticks. Okay, and we're warming up. In the meantime, is there anything nice around here? Can't tell what that is. It's probably just another coal. Okay. This is quite toasty. Very nice. What can we do in the meantime? We can first boil some water, because we don't yet have infinite water. And then we can do some tea. I would like to find, if possible, a can opener. That would be nice. That'll let us open up this man food and get another reclaimed tin can. Hi bar, come on now. And a hidden sewing kit. Like the one time I would welcome seeing a pry bar. There's nothing.
Could end up being useful.
Wilderness kitchen. We are never going to be using any of these skill books. Never ever. Alright, anything back here? I thought I saw something. Right there. What is that? What is that? Yeah, I'll break this down if I have to, just to see what's back there. That looks like a safe. That looks a heck of a lot like a safe. So what are you? We'll do the water. You know what? I'm trying to decide, do we actually have the calories to break this down? Because we might not. 225 calories. It's going to be rough. It is definitely going to be rough, but I think we do it. Unless there's a way to sneak around over here and find it. No. No, we really do have to bust through, huh? Unless... Ah. I found the pixel. The one pixel. Alright, come on. Okay, so that was like 59. Oh, wait, what? Oh, Tumbler 1 is never gonna... Yeah, it's probably around 59. Okay, 59, 50. And then what? Yeah, actually 59. 59, 51. Oh god, I should have known it couldn't go past 50, 59. This is possibly the easiest third pin that you could ever get, and I flubbed it up. There we go. Alright. I really wish I didn't accidentally unclick that. Okay, show me what you got. Cash beans. That food is actually a good find. Actually a good find. Okay, so we have more burn time here. But let's... More water, and then let's prepare some tea. And some old man's beard wound dressing. My favorite kind of wound dressing. Okay. So yeah. How's everyone's day been? My day has been stressful. Quite stressful. With all this business here. Okay, let's do another... Let's just prepare all of the reishis. And that should be enough to boil the water, or I guess boil it off, unfortunately. I should have been paying attention. Okay, so it's no longer threatening a blizzard. We definitely still have a surplus of sticks, though. Okay. Is there anything else nice around here? No. I don't see any wolves. We'll take a quick detour. Check if there's anything over here. Planks, don't need them. We already have enough rocks. And then we'll check... Of course it's empty. We'll check over this way. Yeah. Oh, hello. The entire time we were over here and you didn't aloo a single time? That's very rude of you. Okay, I do want to get over there, though. Luckily we still have this fire over here. Alright, come on, punk. Yeah, now you just awoo like a jerk. Yeah, come on. Oh, now he leaves, huh? Rude. Yeah, how do we get over there? Gonna have to do these pork and beans, huh? Not water. Place. Pork and beans. How are we gonna deal with this guy? I think we try to go around to the right. That should be doable. Okay. For starters, eat you. And water, we still don't have more, huh? And you're almost boiled, so do that. Cook a... Let's cook a reishi because we don't have any other antibiotics. And how long are you going to be? 13 minutes. We need to be quick here. Okay, this should be doable. Where's Mr. Fluffles? Not our problem. Okay, anything good here? Gecko, I've been doing well. It's been a while. More than 2 days. Yeah, so I was actually traveling for the latter part of last week. Hence the reason why I only appeared on Monday. Alright, for once I would actually not... I would not be against finding a little bit of clothing there, but there was none. Is there anything else around here? I thought there was supposed to be a whole bunch of, like, busted up barrels or something. Is that somewhere? That's over this direction. Unfortunately, I think the tea is going to burn. Okay, but at any rate, welcome one, welcome all. We have returned. I didn't mean to throw that. Okay, so we are doing As the Dead Sleep, or As Someone is Sleeping. I didn't mean to throw that. Come on. Terrible, terrible game design. And do you have any games on your phone? No. Let's head back. And hope against hope that that tea isn't burned. I think it might be, though. And that's a wolf. So we'll go around to the left. And we should be fine. Of course it's walking against the wind. As you do. Okay, so next order of business. What are we doing? We are... actually not in a very good spot here. Quite low on food. How are we doing? Had to step away. So we did make it to this little burnt out shack here. Our water situation is pretty okay at this point. Okay, we're not boiled at... Okay, so you're not burned. Water situation is pretty okay. I don't like that this is so windy. I don't like the food situation. And of course we haven't found anything worth a damn for food. We have tons of stuff for fire though. Yeah. I think we're just gonna have to eat what we can and go. I think we're gonna have to try to... Where the hell is the next place we could go to find food, possibly? It might actually be all the way over... It might actually be all the way over in the Broken Railroad. Think of what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go around on the left here. Milton? Milton's a little far, I think. Milton is a little bit far for my taste. Trying to think. The Broken Railroad isn't too far away, actually. It's closer than Milton. It doesn't require any... flare gun and plenty of supplies. That's probably true. I think that's probably true. So that is a question. Now, if we're lucky, there's going to be a bunch of rabbits underneath this broken out radio tower. Yeah, of course. If we're unlucky, there's a wolf. Well. Let's check the cave and try to go around. I think we should be able to at least manage that. Might even take a nap for an hour because our fatigue is quite low. Yeah, let's do that. We can hope that the wind dies down. We can hope that the wolf moves to a more convenient location. And we can get a little bit of our fatigue back. Wasn't there a restriction about what animals spawn in this challenge? I'm going to say, based on the fact that literally 1 minute after we spawned into the challenge, we got spawned on by a bear, I'm going to say no. There's no restriction. Immediately drink this soda. Nothing on the phone. Nothing in the back here. Okay. Oh, you meant the nice animals. I don't know anything about the nice animals. But what I do know is that we're going to sleep here for 1 hour. I fear that if we sleep for any longer, that it will get dark before we can actually get to some place reasonable over in the broken railroad. In fact, we might already be pushing it. We might already be pushing it. Okay. Of course the wolf is right there. Well, at the very least, it's not windy, so I think we can have a torch ready. It's not going to be the end of the world if this guy sees us. Ooh, he's going to see us, though. He's right there. Come on, buddy. Why are you camping? Surely you're going to awoo and move, right? Okay, good. Come on. Come on. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, nailed it. Nailed it. Of course there's an entire grove of birch saplings and we haven't found a single hatchet or hacksaw to get them with, though. That's just typical. Again, though, highly doubt that we're going to be doing any sort of fletching in this challenge. Even though we've already gone past one forge and we're probably going to go past another. Okay, and that woo is behind us. So let's just move it, as the lemur from Madagascar says. What do you guys think the odds are that the bear that patrols around in these regions is right along this cliff line? Here's where you died and decided you were done for a bit. Well, something tells me that if you died around in this region, it's because you were hugged to death. All right, I don't see any bears. Hey, wait a second. I remember being chased up here by a bear. Does that mean that the bear went over this tree trunk? I didn't know bears could go over tree trunks. But it must mean that. Okay, and surely there's not anything over on that worth checking, right? I have a vague recollection of there being a memento hidden somewhere underneath. I think let's check for that, just in case. Because who knows, maybe it could be good. But other than that, we're just trying to go fast. This is probably doable, right? Yeah. Okay, I've become much more brave about jumping down things. Probably going to end up biting me. Okay, was there anything nice over here? Oh, and of course there's a blizzard. No, this is, I think that's the memento cache. They probably took it out. All right, so. First, why are there... First, why are there no marshmallows? Second, we kind of have a low fatigue to be sprinting. But I don't know. Kind of a rock and a hard place. I will take these marshmallows because we're gonna starve soon. It's also good tinder. Also very good tinder. Some would say it's my favorite. Nope. Give me that stick. Give me that stick. Yeah, I think we need to just keep going on. If we can find a no, it's going to be night. I would have said if we can find a tiny hole, we'll nap for a little bit. But man, it's going to be nighttime soon. You call those water sausages? They're definitely marshmallows, though. Not nearly meaty enough to be a sausage. Okay, so... Still the same weather, huh? Still the same weather. Are we just gonna have... We might have to just find a spot, throw down a fire, and hope for the best. Because this is gonna be rough.
Some place to escape this cold.
And I don't mean that in a rough, I'm a dog way. Yeah. Yeah, it's too cold to just tank the rest of this. There's going to be no damage boosting in this challenge. Not if I can help it. Alright. Start this with cash. 60%. Fingers crossed. Yeah, come on. You're right in front of a fire. How are you not warming up?
Freezing.
Okay, I'll take it. I will take it.
Well.
And add fuel. One of our coals, because we really do need the temperature. Okay, so what we can also do...
Something's making me feel tired.
We don't want to... I guess we can make... Yeah, this is a good idea. Make some tinder. Let's also make a little bit more water. Put the tea next to the fire to heat it up again. That is actually good to know. But that reishi tea is actually... Oh, move it once and then it can't burn. Aha. Good to know. The tea, though, is actually important for the purposes of antibiotics in case we get food poisoning, because we don't have any antibiotics. So the tea is being saved for that purpose. Let's see. You know what? We are probably around here. I think that we can probably get around here and around. There should be somewhere in this area a train car, one of those trash train cars that we can walk into. That might be where we have to spend the night, because it's getting dark. I don't think we can spend the night here. Ah, there isn't. So then it must be down. If it's not there, then it must be down by the end of the bridge here. It's either here or there's like there's a truck we can go in here. Yeah, this wind is probably going to be pretty rough.
Sun setting.
I think we just have to hope.
Soon.
I think we just have to take this as far as we can get and maybe find another nook and hope. Because I think it'll be too much to expect that we can spend the night out here with this wind. And the wind might get worse, and we're definitely going to be losing some fatigue here. Oh, of course. Alright. Yeah, we're just going to have to hop down here and go as far and as fast as we can get. Last time I came down this way, a deer led a wolf directly to me and caused me to get attacked because the flare gun wouldn't shoot for whatever reason. And of course there are no marshmallows. But I also don't see the wolf, so I'm okay with... There are marshmallows. We might have to find another nook. Because we desperately need a nap. We extremely desperately need a nap. Even if it's just a single, lonely, solitary hour. I'm regretting some of that sprinting from earlier. That looked like a backpack, but it isn't one. Now, surely there's going to be a maple sapling or something. A grove of little saplings up in this direction. That we, of course, can't make use of. Take the firewood, definitely. Take the chips, definitely. And nothing else. If I was a nook, where would I be? Not here, apparently. Okay, so... sprain risk. Somehow we're so tired that we can't even carry the little that we're carrying. Yeah, we are about to be sleepy boys. So... is there at least a cave nearby? Probably not. Probably not. Well, probably, but also probably not. If there is, I think we'll be able to see it.
My fingers feel numb.
But I'm going to go with probably not. Let's go down on the right here. Because this place over here looks nookable. Oh yeah, look at this. Oh my... I have never in my life seen such a prodigious nook. So, we only have 4 matches left. Jesus Christ. Actually, okay, we'll burn the book. Because I'm that desperate not to lose any of these matches. Really rolling the dice here. I've never seen such a good nook. At least such a good nook that wasn't also a cave or something. Okay, so we'll do the 2 reclaimed woods, even though those are garbo for heat. We'll do a couple of sticks. We'll do 1 cedar firewood. And then, once the cedar firewood has warmed up a little bit, we'll do 1 or maybe 2 coals. I think we'll do 1 coal. And we'll actually pop a squat for about 3 hours. I would love to I'd love to put the bedroll right here. I don't think we'll have that luck. So we might have to move it like here-ish. Oh, I saw that green pixel. You better give it back to me. Come on. Give me that green pixel. There we go. Okay, so you're on for 3 hours. I think we sleep one at a time. Just to make sure the wind doesn't turn and screw us. Because it would. I think it would. Alright, you're still good. You know what? It takes so long to cook water. We can probably sleep an hour at a time and still not boil the water off. It probably takes about an hour and 20 minutes for the water to boil. Yeah, look at that. Perfect timing. Alright, sleep for one more. And now, because we're getting close to midnight, it should really be cooling down. So I think what we do, I think we head out, even though we just have a tiny bit. Yeah.
I'm gonna need to eat soon.
We'll chip it. We'll drink. And I think this will make us all the way to the maintenance shed. Why is it that I always get the best torches when the fire is at low condition, or is at low time? Look at this, that's like a 50% torch. Absolutely unheard of. Yeah, I'm grabbing all the torches. And if the wind comes up and blows out the torches, we are definitely pre-popping a flare. Okay, I think, as long as I don't get lost, I think the railroad should be here, yeah. Okay, so we're following the railroad until we see somewhere on the right, there should be a truck. Or something like that. And of course we haven't heard a single awoo, and also of course, the wind starts picking up immediately. Oh god, you know what? Normal flares last long enough, this should be fine. I think that's definitely a good choice. Anything down here? No, not... Yep. Oh no. Just the sheen. The sheen of a fallen tree log. Okay, here we are. And we're back. Things on my wishing list. Number 1, a gun. Number 2, a hunting knife. Alright, if it wasn't 3 temperature arrows down, if it wasn't so cold, I'd actually go to the bridge and check it right now. But it is so cold, so I won't. Instead, we'll just go directly inside. I'm not sure if that was wind or an awoo. Probably doesn't matter much. Alright, why is this an infinite driveway? Where the hell's the guard post? There it is. Crow feather. That's going to be useless. He was in a wound. Exactly. Oh, I heard a bark. Okay, I see you. I see you, friend. Yeah, bark, bark. And I think the actual door is over here. And hypothermia, so let's not faff about out here. I was planning on faffing about. Here it is. Wait, where the hell did the building go? There it is. Alright, here we are. Here we are. Okay, finally. Wait, hold on. It's okay. We are warming up. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Okay, you know what? We'll search around. We'll find what we can find. But then I think we sleep until morning. That'll make it easier for us to look for stuff. It'll warm us up. The only downside is we're hungry. We're hungry like the wolf. But the upside to that is we did pick up a handful of marshmallows. And we can eat those. What's this? A large bolt.
Just need to close my eyes.
You don't know what you need, Mackenzie. Close your eyes. Pshaw. Charcoal. As if we're ever going to be charcoaling. As if dusting sulfur. Literal trash. Got any soda?
I could eat anything right now.
No soda. Got anything over here? Probably not. But you never know. It could be a can opener. Cheeky little can opener somewhere. This is probably fine, right? Ooh. Maybe something in the kitchen. Yeah. Yeah, there may be something. I have higher hopes for... Last time I saw a soda on here. I have higher hopes for the place near the bed. But I just want to check these places out first. While we still have the flare. More spray paint. Might actually take one of those. Just for the purpose of marking things later. Okay. So let's get inside the sleeping area before it turns pitch dark. Okay, bed is here. Anything under the bed? No. Frontier shooting guide. More stuff. More stuff that we'll never read. Okay. So let's eat some food. Let's drink some. Those salty crackers are actually a good find. 600 calories and it only costs a little bit of thirst. That's actually pretty good in this situation. And then hopefully when we wake up, it'll be at least a little bit of dawn. Yeah, we can sleep for as long as we want. We are that tired. So let's start with the 8 hours. Sleep for 8 hours, that should put us into mid-ish morning. And still give us about 1,000 calories to work with, running around looking for more food here. Okay. Yeah, we can see things. So, check the drawers, check the lockers, more clothing. Oh, you know what? That's right. We really do need... cloth. We need more clothes. We need to repair things. We have plenty. An absolutely ungodly amount. Ooh, and also shoes. An ungodly amount of sewing kits, I think. Were there some matches on the table? Gecko? I hope there are some matches on the table. If you can add or change something in the game, what would it be? I would say the first thing I would change is I would make the shoot and pick up things button be a different button. Maybe I would have the pick up things button be E or something like that. And the, shoot or throw things button could still be click. The second thing I would change is I would make traversal a little bit smoother in the sense that I would make it harder to get hung up on tiny little itty bitty bumps in the geometry. Basically, Mackenzie should be able to step over something that's ankle high, whereas currently he can't. We got some man food. And I'm really hoping I wasn't missing some more matches. Because what do we have? 3 matches left? some unreasonably low number. I'm gonna have to go back and check. The thumbnail staggered you. Yeah, so last time someone mentioned that they only got the notification for the vertical stream. And this is a reminder for those of you on YouTube, there is both. I'll go back and I'll definitely check the table. Reminder for those of you on YouTube, there's both vertical and horizontal available. But now, instead of doing just the default stream that doesn't, I suppose, do a notification for anyone interested, I've manually scheduled whatever this horizontal one is. And actually, I should probably check to make sure that that's working. Let me just tab out for a moment and click you. And, okay, so it looks like it's going fine. Yeah, that's fine. So let's go back. And here, and here. Okay, and I'm back. Okay, so first order business. Let's check all these things here. I was told there was an accelerant somewhere. Let's see. Check the table, some accelerant. I feel like I'm going crazy. Unless there's another table. Next to the mug. The mug. That ugly mug. Hold on. Hold on. Mug? I don't remember seeing a mug. Oh.
I think I can use this.
So this? Unless, if I'm moving around, my screen, this is dark enough that I can barely see it. Okay, so that is... You know what? Nothing can kill us. Nothing can kill us. We are unstoppable.
I better find some water.
Oh. Let's actually drink something. Okay, so I'm trying to think around here, is there anything that's worth looking for other than this coal? Other than all this coal? Because, for example, okay, unfortunately, we are going to need this mountaineering rope. We can use that in a variety of places. Okay, first option. Mountaineering rope can go down into the ravine here. If we are extremely lucky down in that ravine, there might be a rifle. Second option. We can go up to the estate up here, and there's a mountaineering rope shortcut. That's probably not the best use. Third option. Mountaineering rope. We can bring that over to the ravine, because we will 100% need a mountaineering rope to get down into the ravine, which I believe is where is it? Here, where this basin is. I'm almost certain that is down underneath and that we need a mountaineering rope. And at that point, we might as well go down into the fire watch tower that's on the upper part, the upper plateau of Bleak Inlet down here. You would add another climbing feature. You should be able to hop onto train cars, truck beds, shorter trucks, and a jump feature. I agree with that, but I already know the reason why they don't have that. It would be too hard to control exactly how the player can move or the locations the player can get to if you allowed a mantle feature. People already sort of will hop down things that they shouldn't be able to hop down without breaking an ankle, sort of abusing the stickiness of your downwards motion. Can you imagine what they would do if you could figure out how to mantle something? Okay, so let's remember that mountaineering rope is there. And let's check this. We already checked over here, didn't we? I think we did. Yeah, we did check over here. So can you imagine the new places you could get to, or the ease with which you could bypass things, intended paths, if you could go up at all? In fact, I'm almost certain that's why the game is so brutal when it comes to walking, up things that are ankle height. It's to make that less possible. Basically, the long and the short of it is it just gives the designers more control over exactly where you're allowed to get. Yeah, you can turn yourself into a Skyrim horse. Exactly. Okay. Now, I've never been really good at looting this place. I just want to make sure that I'm not missing anything. Okay, so how much are we carrying? We are carrying a decent amount, and a ton of that is actually in firewood. Yeah, a lot of this. We don't need this much firewood. Also, let's not forget.
I could use this.
You can use a Mackenzie. Actually, that's trash. We don't need a heavy hammer. Wait, hold on. I thought that was another pry bar. Okay, that's actually a good find. Because now we can open up some of these lockers. The one time I don't feel cursed finding a damn pry bar. Because a lot of these lockers are actually locked somehow. Okay. And there were a couple of lockers in the bathroom, right? Wait, hold on. I thought I saw a storm lantern, but I think it was just that can of paint. Or there's going to be another episode at some point. It's pry bar. I do remember people saying something about there being another DLC, but I haven't kept up with that. Yeah, let's not find a run of 6 pry bars. Hopefully not.
Could end up
Fire log, probably trash, actually. And I was hoping there'd be more locked lockers. But I suppose beggars can't be choosers. Okay, so the inside here... Oh, there's also those lockers outside. Alright, so I think we do detour to the north really quick. Actually, first, have we even found... I don't think we've... I don't even know what those things look like. Okay. More books. We're going to burn those, not read them. But let's just make sure there's nothing out here that we lost. Yeah, now we have a weapon to club them with. As opposed to just... I think we're doomed, guys. I think we're doomed. Let's just pretend that never happened. Let's pretend we never saw that. Chelsea, I'm blaming you. But let's just hoover up all the stuff outside here. See what we can do with it. See how we are on food. And then I think we do head north. With at least a moderate amount of aggression. Okay, you know what? I think I'm actually going to leave... Yeah. We're going to leave a whole bunch of this firewood here. Where is it? Here. Drop you. Drop one of you. Drop most of you. And drop all of you. Because reclaimed wood is garbage. Okay, so we have 10 kilograms free of carry weight. We can probably do... What are we carrying that's so heavy? I guess, well... We are actually kind of, sort of, a little bit close to making crampons, but I don't think... You know what? I'm seriously thinking about going down a climbing rope. I kind of want crampons. Diddly. This is... As they say, a tricky puzzler. A tricky, tricky puzzler. Okay, well, first let's eat. Because certainly there's not going to be any food for a while. Drop the spray paint. It's a little... Yeah, let's actually do that. If we make crampons, it's probably going to be here. Or if not, we can just get these... Ooh, a drawer. We can get the scrap metal back. But we don't need to take it with us. So we'll drop these. We'll go back inside to warm up. Because how did we get so cold? Oh, because we're cooling down inside? I didn't realize it was so cold. Okay. what can we wear? Damn. The plaid shirt is not as good as the new t-shirt. You've got to be kidding me. I was hoping for an upgrade. Okay, well, at the very least, what that means is we can rip it apart. Harvest. Harvest you. We'll try to repair the toque. Because the toque is pretty good. So fingers crossed, 70% chance. God damn it. Of course. Probably worth another try. 70% chance. So anyway, to fail 2 30% chance of fails in a row, that is literally less than 1 in 10 probability. So it seems like I'm paying for that extreme stretch of luck at the beginning of those other 2 challenges. All right, is there anything else we can do here? We can rip up this toque too. Harvest you. All right, now come on. Let me repair this. Oops, sorry about that. I bumped the microphone. I'm sure everyone heard it. Okay, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Now, it does sound windy outside. I think we take a quick nap. First, let's remember where... Here it is. Pick you up. Make sure there's nothing nice hiding over here. I don't think there is. And drop, for example, the expended flare, the spray can. Certainly we don't need 5 rocks. 3 rocks should be enough. Nothing else to... Not going to use this charcoal ever. Okay, so here is... You know, I think we'll also drop the running shoes. Drop those outside so they're easy to find. This is the moment of decision. Do we take the detour and try to go into the valley, or do we directly go up to the upper estate? I'm of 2 minds of the entire thing. What was I going to drop? I was going to drop something here. What was it? It was, yes, the running shoes. Okay, here's the situation. The food number is so low. What we're going to do is we're going to head over the pass that goes to the west. We can go out the back and over to the west. We can go along the river and find marshmallows if at all possible. We'll find as many marshmallows as we can get. We can take a peek over the ledge that has the climbing zone. If we see anything good from upstairs, we'll go down. If we don't see anything good, 3 hours should be fine. If we don't see anything good, ooh, this much fatigue? We can't really, We'll consider it on the way back. I think with this much fatigue, I wouldn't want to go down and then up. Even with this cup of coffee, it feels risky. So for now, I think we just take a look. Okay. It's misty, it's not windy. And we actually only have a single arrow down on our temperature. So let's move while the moving is good, if you ask me. Let's also hope there's no bear this way. Because I do know that a bear enjoys stalking in this area. That Owu is behind us. Okay, show me some marshmallows. Don't see any over there. Do I see any over here? Show me the goods. Show me... Where are all the marshmallows? Really, no marshmallows. That feels extremely rude. Okay. Okay. What's that? What is that? Is that just a tree trunk? What is that? Has there always been a person here? I feel like I've never seen this man before in my life. The guy's got nothing. He's got nothing. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Okay, we really have to be careful. Because I think, in the decision, I mean, because I think this is a medium-sized climbing zone. In fact, I might even call that a tall climbing zone. That is... Does that look like marshmallows to you? I can't tell. It's probably not worth it, especially not with this little fatigue. We might come back later. Okay. The question is... Yeah, we have 10 kilograms of free space, even carrying this mountaineering rope. So I think we're okay to we're okay to continue in this direction. We'll go around to the left. Maybe that will let us skirt the wolves. But even if it doesn't, it should let us at least check out the... There's a hunting blind over here. And maybe there's something nice in there. Guarantee there's a ton of wolves on the middle of the lake, though. Guaranteed. Ooh. And maybe a cave or two. Okay. Now I know better than to just sprint willy-nilly. Than to sprint with a little bit too much enthusiasm. Yeah, I don't see anything. Don't see anything, let's not spend the time. Okay. Okay. And of course, the climbing zone is not pre-positioned. That would be extremely convenient. But it was not meant to be. And I don't... Yeah. I'm pretty sure this is where the climbing zone down is. Alright, next order of business. We hit this hunting blind. There it is. We hit this hunting blind and hope there are no wolves nearby. That, I can't tell if it's a wolf or not. I definitely heard Nawoo over in that direction. Okay, this could be rough. We might be able... We'll see. We will sneak. Because if they're here, they will be close. Metal Gear.
This'll come in handy.
That's... I ain't mad at it. Alright, there are wolves over there, so we're gonna have to go around the long way. I am not mad at that find. And the fact there are wolves over on the left there means we get an excuse to go around and check for marshmallows. Yeah, again. Oh, you know what? I bet it would be a good idea to use all of those... Fishing is probably going to be quite strong. As long as we can find some way to get some guts, to make some lines. We already have several... you know the word I'm looking for. We already have several scrap metals we can make hooks from. No marshmallows, huh? What are they, extinct? Oh, that's one. Is that one? Yeah, here we are. Okay. So we do have some marshmallows. Not nearly as many as I prefer. And of course, These are the most hidden marshmallows I've ever seen in my life. Okay. So it's getting to be dusk. I think we just have to try to get over that bridge. And to do so, you know what? We might actually have to... We might actually have to pop one of these torches. Because it is dangerously close to wolf territory. Might be able to sneak, but it'll be a close thing. Especially if there's a moose in this direction. Yeah, those wolves just multiplied. I'm sure there was only 2 over there, and now there's like 4. Okay, no moose noises. Now, the last time I tried to sneak over this hill and get into this little gate before the wolves got me, I was able to almost open the gate, and then I got chomped in the butt. So this time I think what we do is we be a little bit more careful. Yeah, I already hear paw pads. And he's already coming up this way. So, let us announce ourselves. And just as long as he doesn't get too close. And as long as I don't sprint away like I look like prey. I think we should be okay. There we go. Alright. Okay. That went much better than last time. But we're not completely out of the woods yet. If I recall, there's a bunch of wolves up in this field too. There should be also some marshmallows, some additional marshmallow. But that I'm less confident about, especially with the amount of marshmallow that have been in other watery locations. So let's see what we can see. I think at this rate we're definitely spending the night up in this cabin. I'm listening very closely for awoos, because they are known to be in these hills. If we can get up on the left, that might be for the best. And of course not. Of course we can't just trudge up that little bit of snow. Very typical. Of course we can't just... You see, if we could vault over this, then who knows what we could vault up. Alright. What's the fluff situation up here? Okay, we see 1, 2 on the far right. I think we have to hope there's none to the left and just go. And those look... I don't know, those look like they might be timber wolves, honestly. We'll get a couple of these reishi. Because again, we're a little bit desperate for antibiotics. I don't see any marshmallows. Yeah, I really can't tell if those are timber wolves. They look like timber wolves. Oops. You need so many piles of acorns to do anything. Even though that we have access to a hammer, I don't think it's worth trying to dig up those acorns. Okay. While we have the daylight, let's get these hips, because they don't lie. Let's also check in this car. Oops. Keep accidentally clicking. Nothing in the back. Nothing in the glove box. These cars have just been complete busts this whole time. Absolutely lacking any kind of good stuff in them. Back seat, front seat, doesn't matter much. Yeah, it's like Canadians don't believe in carrying things in their cars. Okay, now let's check the woodshed. The woodshed has nothing. Except for some hips, which are currently in the process of telling the truth. Bench, no. Bench, no. Okay, I think there's nothing else on the outside here. Alright, so we can currently only sleep for 6 hours. And it is dark AF. So I think we torch. Come on. Where's the bear hunting spear when you need it? And also, where's a cooking pot? Surely, 6 burners on the stove and not a single cooking pot? It seems kind of rude. Oh, and you know what? What do you think the odds are that there's a rifle in the basement? I feel like I've seen a rifle in the basement before. Alright, that wool scarf will turn into cloth. Maple syrup.
Always use more food.
You're damn right about that, Mackenzie. Especially nowadays. It would be really funny if you could eat the trophy fish off the wall. Like if you were so desperate for calories. Okay, we're checking in all the boxes. We're checking under all the tables. We're checking behind all the things. You know what? If we could find a damn knife or something, we can break down the curtain. Okay, now we effectively have an infinite number of cloths. So I'm actually feeling really good about our clothing situation now, compared to before.
Find food.
I thought you needed a knife to break those down. But apparently not. Okay, so. Show me the goods. Show me what you got. Because so far, I'm not seeing much of anything. There's just the maple syrup and the realization that we could get a lot of cloth. Alright, accelerant, that's nice. Firewood bin, don't really need it.
Someone's stash.
But I'll still take all of it. Yes, Mackenzie, someone's stash. A lump of wood. Okay, nothing in the tub. Nothing behind the tub. My favorite sweater. Alright, guys. It is looking up. It is looking so far up. I think we might even call it over. Because we now have the drip. We also have an emergency stem. Although, if I remember, using an emergency stem actually costs you health, so maybe we don't do that. Alright, I think we've checked everywhere here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've checked everything down here. So, let's head upstairs. Good thing I got all these random torches. Wasn't expecting to use so many in here. Alright. We check the, oh no, landing area. And we also check 3 bedrooms. Alright, show me some clothes. Not that we actually need them. Okay, is there anything in the tub? A bunch of metal pails. Which is to say there's nothing in the tub. The bed is up here. This is too hard to get to. It's too hard to find and stumble up to in the dark. So I think when we sleep, we'll use the bedroll downstairs. Because I don't know if you saw me when we went into that first trailer in the Bleak Inlet. I get very easily lost indoors. It keeps giving us skill books that we are never, ever in this entire challenge going to be reading. Or even using, honestly. Because who has time to raise skills in a challenge like this? Not me. Alright, one more bedroom. And it's got junk. Just a whole bunch of mattresses. And another mountaineering rope.
This stuff will come in handy.
Okay, we'll take that and we'll actually put it down and use the shortcut. Although, there are actually 2 shortcuts available to us now. And I'm seriously considering which one to take. Okay. Yeah, break down a couple of these curtains. Be very careful with the food, with the hunger gauge, because that is getting low, low, low.
I'd eat anything right about
Yeah, we really don't have so much food, do we? I was expecting to find more up here, honestly. I was definitely expecting to find more. Okay. I'm trying to think. What is our best option? First, we eat all these marshmallows. Well, marshmallow stalks. What is our best option? Okay, we're up here. We have a direct climbing zone that will go straight down and we can head back to the maintenance shed. Alternative. We can go around this area here. And there's another mountaineering rope place that's over here, and that also leads back to the maintenance shed. I'm trying to remember exactly what is in that direction. I believe there's probably a few acorn trees. What else is there? There are probably a couple of saplings, maybe some rosehip bushes, possibly a wolf. I've seen a wolf up there. I don't think it's worth the detour. If we had more food, I would consider it, but right now, I don't think it's worth the detour. Okay, you know what? I need to make a wish against all that is holy, that instead of sleeping where I slept, or breaking down that curtain where I broke it down, I wish I'd turned the stove on. Because now I can't see. Okay, if I was a stove, where would I be? This is probably... Yeah, here we are. I think. Yeah, this is the stove. Okay. We'll start a fire. Using one of our absolutely decadent 14 wood matches and a book. And we need water. We need water. We need to make this rosehip tea.
Come on.
And we also need to do some repairing. So,
Turned out pretty well.
we will add 2 more books, the fir firewood, surely we'll never spend... What does the Frontier Shooting Guide take? Something like 20 hours, I think, to read it through. We'll probably end up burning that eventually. But for now, we'll keep the cedar, and... well, we'll see. We'll see when we get there. Let's get some water. And there's nothing we can place, is there? Well, there is stuff we can place, but nothing worth it. Okay. So. I think we start repairing. First off, get this festive sweater on my body right now. Let's see. So ragged fleece mittens versus driving gloves. Driving gloves will be a half Celsius, half Celsius. Fleece mittens will probably end up being probably also a half Celsius, so not worth the trouble. I'm on the lookout for wool mittens. Wool mittens, wool socks, and climbing socks. In fact, there's actually not much that I would repair. Maybe the festive sweater? But that'll take an hour and the water will burn off. Yeah, I don't think we can repair anything right now. Well, that's fine. 3 bandages, that's okay. An old man's beard, that's okay. I thought we could have made another old man's beard. Hold this. I suppose not. Okay, so now we're just boiling water. Boiling the water like a pro. Oops, I did not mean to take that. I did not mean to take that. And yeah, you know what? I think we're not done boiling this water. One more water. And then we can cook some hips. They tell the truth, don't you know? And we only had 1 hips, huh? Unfortunate. Okay. I think that's good for now. In fact, 100 calories for a rose hip tea? We'll quaff it. We are that desperate for calories. Yeah, actually, we're kind of out, aren't we? What is another place we can find food? I honestly can't think of one. Not here anyway. Unless we check out... In the morning? Yeah. Sleep for 9 hours. That's kind of rough. But I think we're going to have to go outside and check for marshmallows. I'm sure there have to be marshmallows out there. The only concern is how do we deal with these wolves? Yeah, there's no food around here. Okay, we got to get out of here. And the way we get out of here is this way. Nice weather, actually. Yeah, that's a black wolf, right? I think that's a black wolf. So, I think we torch it. Not here. Here. In this. But first, let's put down that, let's put down this mountaineering rope. Just because in case we get chased by black wolves over here, I don't want to be faffing around with it. Because the rope takes kind of a long time to actually deploy. Oof. Why is it getting colder? Oh, come on, because it's windy. You've got to be kidding me. You cannot be serious. How many flares do we have? We have one of those flares. Oh, and of course it's a proper blizzard. Of course. Color me unsurprised. I also don't actually... Over there I see rose hips. Those look a lot like timber wolves. I think this is worth the rose hips. You know what? If we're gonna do it, we might as well do it. So those are definitely timber wolves. I've never seen timber wolves here before. Okay, no.
Can't feel my feet.
Beef jerky, kind of worth it. Okay, nothing behind him. Nothing over here. Nothing. I know for sure. I saw some marshmallows. So where are they? Get out of here, bud. Where are they? Huh. Oh, geez. This cold?
It's so cold in my life.
Extremely silly. Extremely silly. Alright, well. I guess the beef jerky was an okay find, but still. Completely silly. Alright. Eat the jerky, drink some water, sleep for 1 or 2 more hours, because the weather is terrible. And that will also help us get a little bit of this warmth back. Really? A 2-hour sleep and it only gave us half the warmth? I also still hear the wind outside. Not tired enough. Ooh, that's rough. That is kind of rough to just pass time. I think we have to, though. I also don't hear the wind anymore. So let's get out of here. Alright, safe. We can check for a couple more marshmallow plants on the way back, but it's going to be tight. It's going to be pretty... Not that we're going to be keeping this bonus for long. But at least we have it for now. Okay. Let's move. We would be in such a better place if we had found a single hatchet, a single hunting knife, even a single hacksaw. Because we could take some meat from these deer we've been finding. You got any reishi on you? Looks like you might. Looks like that's a bear. Well. And he's kind of in the direction that I want it to go, and the wolf is kind of to the left. You know what? You know what? I think if we're fast, we can go around him and get ahead of him. It never rains but pours, does it? Okay, and of course there's never going to be any marshmallows here to find. Yeah, there's nothing. Okay. I think this pass will be the safest way up. We are extremely, extremely low on food. Like, extremely low on food. We're probably going to starve a little bit. There are 1 or 2 at most places that I can think of nearby, but they're all a little bit out of the way. One of them is actually probably up this way. So let's go this way while we got the time. Sprinting is probably not worth it. So we'll head up this way, see if it is indeed where I think it is. Probably gonna have to loop back because I still didn't find the grave to pray at the maintenance shed. Nothing there, huh? Actually, we can probably take a peek down, see if we missed a rifle. No, we can't see down far enough. Okay, going up this way might have ended up being a mistake. But that's a future me problem. Yeah, no, I think there was burdock root here. Might as well grab it. Good for another 100 calories. Slowest harvest in the West, though. Game should honestly just make it take 5 minutes and speed it up. Okay. Let's check the edge of the bridge. Let's check that truck, and then let's head back. You know, I still don't know how to get onto the other side of this bridge. There's obviously something over there. You, like, sprint across this little bit here and just hope that you don't fall off? That doesn't sound reasonable. Because otherwise there's no way down. Okay, well that's a bust. Looking for any kind of food. And then there should be a little cheeky spot in that direction. Alright. These places are always useless, and this one... Well, a flare is actually not the worst find. And a granola bar. Also pretty good. Or at least it's pretty good in our current situation. Still nothing in the car. At this rate, I'm just going to give up on cars altogether. Because they just keep having nothing and then more nothing. Alright. Now this, if we're feeling spicy, I believe, should lead us, one, to a maple sapling that we can't access. And two, yeah, back to the maintenance shed. Well, there's a body somewhere up here. No such luck, I suppose. Alright. Where are the wolves at? Oh, you know what? There's a couple. One, I don't see any wolves here. That's concerning. And two, we can check a couple more of these trucks. Wool socks, we will take those, perhaps even repair them. Because of those wool socks, I'm actually kind of glad about taking this detour. Yeah, where did our friends go? I'm pretty sure we checked that car already. So the only one left is here. Still, I don't think we found a single thing in any of these glove compartments. Okay, first, where the hell is this grave? Also, I didn't know there was a container here. A World War Hulk movie. That is, the entire world versus the Hulk. Actually, where the heck is this? We're looking for some kind of a grave-looking thing. I would have expected it to be on the outside of the maintenance shed here. Is it hiding in the logs? Where is it? It's not outside the fence.
I could eat anything.
Yeah, it's still not in the logs. Maybe it's inside somewhere. Yeah, we're gonna have to look for this. Okay. Oh, I hear you, buddy. Not my problem. Okay, if I was a grave and I was inside, where would I be? This grave doesn't... Is that inside? I can't... It's hard to tell because the icon is so damn big. It says Broken Railroad Maintenance Shed. So it should be inside here somewhere, right? Certainly. Not over here. Not down here. Also, where could you even make a grave in this area? On the inside here. Maybe up here? but I've already been here. And you also definitely can't bury anyone here. Maybe over here? No. Maybe over here? No. Nope, and I already looked up there. Besides, where would you put a body up there? Okay, so I thought that we had already looked over most of the interior here. I don't know about you guys, but I am not entirely sure what's going on. Saw a clip of a Mr. Beast contestant skipping $250,000 to go to school. It depends. Is that to go to school whatever? Or to go to school just for the one day? Okay, so surely this thing can't be inside, right? It's got to be somewhere outside. Let's check the outside again. I must have just missed it. There it is. Okay, nothing fluffy out front. So, let's just hop to it. I walked right by this thing and didn't... These are my footprints. I walked right by it and I didn't see it. Ta-da! Found the water like promised, where the rivers meet the sea. A bitter and empty place, you were right. That must be backer 3781, or whichever that crazy guy is. Okay. Grave number 1 of what, 5 or 6? Let's pick up some stuff and see what we want to keep, see what we want to take with. Definitely want all this coal. We're still not over in... Oh, because we're well fed. Not that that'll last long. Okay, so... we need food, we need water. I think we leave now. I think we leave right now. I was hoping for better visibility, just to give me a little bit higher chance to maybe find some marshmallows on the way back. But I think we can't wait. We'll probably barely even get to the Forlorn Muskeg. Yeah, even the temperature. I think we just have to go. And that was a hiccup. Don't forget to hydrate. Who wears varsity jackets in high school? Well, fewer people nowadays, but presumably people on varsity teams. Oh, that's a wolf. Is he in front? He is in front. Oh. Kind of wish I had lit a torch instead of this flare. But I wasn't thinking at the time. I was not thinking at the time. I suppose it's fine because this will last long enough to maybe get away from him. But there's always a wolf trolling me at this corner here. Let's just try to get far enough away that he's not our problem anymore. In fact, we might have already gotten far enough away. No, he's still chasing us. I hear him. At a healthy distance. Certainly, surely he can't traverse this, right? What kind of wolf goes in a train wreck? No wolf of mine. Yeah, down there we already checked, didn't we? I think we already checked it. Let's take one last look. Yeah, no marshmallows down there. To the right, though, there may be.
All I could think about is food.
Me 2, Mackenzie. Me 3. You 4. Him 5. Now let's cut over here because this pond might have food in it. And the pond is going to be downhill. But I think it should loop around. This should be fine. You know what? I would harvest some meat from this deer if I had a way to do it. But I don't. That's also probably a dead end that I don't really care about. I see you. Well, I hear you, bud. I don't see you. And I was promised a pond down here. I don't know what this field full of tiny little wheats is. Sounds like garbage if you ask me. Whole bunch of garbage. Still in the mid-afternoon. As long as the weather doesn't go terrible on us, I'm actually feeling moderately confident about making it over to Milton. Kind of tempted to check on the left here, because who knows, maybe there's some marshmallows at the bottom of this. In the detour, I mean. Yep, hop. And hop. And hop. Okay, we still have this flare. So we might actually walk a little bit. Also, I'm pretty sure I heard something over to the right there and I don't like it. Just do a quick check for marshmallows. We can go back up if we need to. Surely in all these reeds there's a marshmallow or 10. I could do 10 marshmallows. Really? I cannot believe this. It's outrageous. It's unfair. All these reeds and no marshmallows. That feels like a very silly thing to be true to me. But if that's the way it's got to be, that's the way it's got to be. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. Fizzle. Okay. So we are here. Okay, so there's nothing on the right that could possibly be a marshmallow. It's at best, a deer carcass. At worst, a wolf. Okay, so I think the next stop on our journey is going to be the cave that gets us up to the plateau on the northern part of the Forlorn Muskeg. I don't think we have anywhere good to stop until we get there. And I'm almost certain we're going to run out of food before we do. Almost completely certain that that's going to happen. And in fact, this coffee is the last food or drink that we have. Let's see how long it'll last us. Trying to remember if we found anything worth going up north for. I don't think so. I think the best find was the Fire Striker, And we found that in the hunting blind. Okay. There is another hunting blind right to the left in the Forlorn Muskeg, though. We'll hit that before we go up the rest of the way. Who knows, maybe there's a hunting knife there. I can dream, can't I? Well, of course the visibility's terrible. Probably going to be an infinite number of bears on the way there. At this rate, with the way the game has been spawning bears on us, I would not be surprised, not one bit. And also, let's remember that we can't cross the ice over here without falling through. Still no marshmallows. We're in a marsh and there are no marshmallows. My vibe is being harshed. Again, it's outrageous, it's unfair. Also, I don't know exactly where this hunting blind is, but it's somewhere off to the left here. I just don't want to go too far to the right because, yeah, I think this is the right direction. Because there's like a big open bit of thin ice to walk across that I'm sure you can't walk across. I'm sure it's not possible.
I'm gonna need to eat soon.
Too bad you don't have anything to eat soon, Mackenzie. That sounds like a you problem. Which, by the transitive property, sounds like a me problem. Okay, there's the... I don't think I dare cross that. So we have to go around the long way. That is way too much ice to cross. And those are marshmallows. The detour was worth it. It was all worth it for 2 marshmallows. That we are immediately going to consume. Feel like a new man. Yeah, this is kind of a ways around, huh? Did not go out of the way enough for that hunting blind. Very sad.
I could eat a horse.
Mackenzie, have you ever seen a horse? There's more marshmallow. Let's not lose track of the prize. The prize, of course, being the hunting blind. With all these marshmallows, it feels like things are going up. Feels like our number is rising to the top. Ooh, yeah, that's... Went all the way around. Probably still worth it for those marshmallows. But it is way out of the way. If I was brave, I would try to cross that. I don't trust it. I do not trust the ice on this map one bit. Not the slightest bit. And so we walk around. Whoop. Yeah, there's no way. Kind of a waste, though. Okay, but as long as we don't get ganked by a bear or some wolves, which I got ganked by a wolf last time I was in this spot here. Visibility seems like it's kind of ish all right. We should be able to get to Milton, hopefully, fine. Well, trying to think. This, wherever, oh, more marshmallow. Wherever this cave on the north side of this plateau ends up, it ends up somewhere low in the bay that's south of Milton. There's a lot of marshmallow. This is... Okay, so no matter what's in this hunting blind, the marshmallows have already been worth it. Even walking all the way around. Already worth... Okay, what have we got? Polaroid. When in the actual hell, some wandering last ticket, strangest most, when in the actual hell am I going to go over and care to do that forlorn muskeg vista? The answer is never. The answer is exactly never. Okay, but as I was saying, Milton is actually quite vertical. There's there's a midland, there's a lowland, there's a highland, there's an even higher land. I think to go from the lowlands to the highlands is going to take a pretty substantial climbing rope. I don't know if it's deployed. Hope it is, but I don't know for sure whether it is. So going up north here could very well be a dead end. The upside is that I am sure there are some fishing spots. There's an ice fishing hut there. The downside, we don't actually have fishing tackle. We don't have the gut to make line, and we forgot to make hooks back at the warehouse. But that sounds like a problem for future Chee. As long as we can stay in the latter part of the day and in good weather, temperature-wise, and I don't want to jinx it, but we are somewhat stabilizing. What are you calling about? I wonder, that place up there looks accessible. I doubt there's anything there, but I kind of want to check. Ooh, but at the same time, if we stay low, there's a chance of marshmallows. I think we stay low. Surely there's nothing up there. Like a full prepper cache. And that looks like a marshmallow over there. Let's check. And hop. Oh yeah. We got the goods. To be honest, I think this muskeg area, first off, that's a wolf in the way. This muskeg area might be the best place to find food so far. What a completely unreasonable statement. Alright. That wolf is right where I wanted to go. So I think he's going to force us to go around. Maybe we can check out the radio tower. And that looks like a deer carcass. Which means there's nothing that we can access. Unfortunate. Looking very closely for marshmallows in the distance. They're hard to see. Is that another wolf up there? There's definitely one at the mouth of the river. But whatever that is farther up the hill, I don't see it moving. Let's eat some of this stuff. 15 marshmallows. Absolute decadence. See if that thing, whatever it is up there, if it moves, it's a wolf. It's still there. It's not a wolf. Okay, this is good for now. Okay, it's still there. I think it's probably just some geometry that's weird. So, let's try to sneak around this wolf. Kinda lost track of him. No marshmallows, no marshmallows. Okay, where is this wolf? No marshmallows. If we can get up to the right, we should be safe. There's the wolf on the left. He is moving fast. Actually going pretty speedy. Hopefully he hasn't been eating carrots. A little bit windy for a torch. I lost track of him already. There he is. Okay, just let me get over onto the right here, please. Thank you. Alright, I think we're far enough away we're safe. Let's check the backpack and the dude that's over by the shortwave. And hope there's nothing up there waiting for us. I think this should be fine. I doubt we can go through that gap. It's getting cold though. Yeah, so we need... I'm not going to get mad at sprinting. We can always sleep in the cave. Okay, caw, caw, I hear you birds. Let me up. Let me up. Let me up! Seriously, you can't walk over that, Mackenzie? Okay. Show me the goods. Literally nothing. What the hell? Supposed to at least be a dude there. And, okay, hacksaw. Well, it's the worst thing to find other than a pry bar at this point. But at the very least, it should unlock deer. Even though it's not a great way to get the meat. And of course, it's not like we're going to be heading over to Timberwolf Mountain anytime soon.
Can't feel my hands.
That's because it's cold, Mackenzie. So you know what? We'll check the waterfall for marshmallows. I don't see any. Up, up, up. One more beard. Which takes 3. 1, 2, 3 beard. 3 beard and his pirate treasure. Okay, yeah, nothing. Alright, so. I think what we do is we use some of these torches and we explore this cave. Certainly, somewhere in this cave, there's going to be a campfire we can use. Because we need to make water, we need to boil whatever we can boil. And we also need to warm up and wait until morning. And a campfire would let us do all those things. Preferably, not sure which order would be desirable. Definitely getting all of this coal, though. I don't remember how big this cave is. So I don't know what the chances are of there being a detour with good stuff in it. But this room looks like it implies the existence of a detour. Either a detour or some kind of campfire. Because despite being a cave that can't be lit on fire, it counts as indoors, so we can't put a fire wherever we want. This kind of looks like the out direction. Well, it's something. Let's see if we loop back to that big cave room here. Because if this is a donut, that would be ideal. Otherwise, we've definitely missed something. Okay, mountaineering rope, we don't need another one of those. That's probably just for use in the muskeg. No, we didn't come this way. Okay. I may or may not be lost, but I think we came from here, and then we took this direction here, and I thought that was the detour. So instead, there was one path in this direction we didn't go, so we'll check that out, and then we go to that big room and go up. Because up is the direction to go eventually. Here. This should be a dead end or something. It is a dead end. With a lot of coal. Kind of lucky with how many torches there are here. I usually don't carry this many. One or two at the most. But I am making use of these guys. Making good use. Okay. If I were Milton, where would I be? I would be through this hole. This is my hole. It was made for me. I don't think we'll come back this way. I think from Milton, where do we actually have to go? So we did the Broken Railroad. We got Hushed River Valley. That is north of Milton. Timberwolf Mountain, Ravine, and Desolation Point. Yeah, we're not coming back this way. To go to the next region, yeah. Yeah, we'll head through the place that goes to Mystery Lake when we're leaving Milton for the final time. But for now we still have a ways to go. Yeah, Forlorn Muskeg and Milton is... Yeah, as you said, no birches. Those sticks over there I see, I'm desperate enough to check. They might be sticks. But they might also be birches. Hello. Alright, things are looking up. Do not mind spending some time in this birch forest picking up these guys.
It's dusk, so night can't be far behind.
Because they are going to... If we can't sleep and get stuff back, they're going to be the only way for us to get back health. So we need to hoover up as many of them as we can find. As many as we can find. To be honest, I wouldn't be mad if Mackenzie would even take the hacksaw and just start shaving bark from these trees here. Seems like it should be an option. Okay. Kind of want to keep these torches going, just in case we end up being able to use them to light the final fire. Low chances at this rate, but I think it's worth the effort. Sticks I don't care about. Branches I don't care about. You know what? We can actually leave this sapling somewhere in Milton. It'll probably get most of the way cured. And eventually, perhaps, maybe, we'll end up being able to make a survival bow. And if we're lucky, extremely lucky, there'll be 1, 2, or 3 arrows all the way over at Timberwolf. So eventually the survival bow might even be useful. Okay. The current question that I have for myself is how long are we going to spend in Hushed River Valley? We could sprint over to the Vista, because I'm almost certain I know where that is. But there are 2 other things possibly in Hushed River Valley. There's the signal fire. Once we get to the Vista, we'll know where that is. But there's also at least one place there could be a rifle. And we found that rifle the last time we went up there, when we were doing the store all the stuff in the garage challenge. Chances are probably low, though. So for now, let's just hoover up all the birch bark we can find. I think in that direction it should just be... Unless... I thought it would just be regular branches. But I suppose there are some more birch over here. I'm not sure if these are rocks or what, but they're too big to be stones. Okay, very good. Very, very good.
Too heavy.
Every last birch is appreciated. Every last one. Kind of hard to see in this grass, though. Alright, I think we're probably birched out here. Let's not forget when we're heading to Timberwolf. There's that birch forest in Pleasant Valley. Okay, looks like there's maybe a couple more on the ground here. Maybe a couple more on the ground. Leave no birch uncovered. And that's a cave with something in it. But is it anything good? There's only one way to find out. Looks like a dude and a campfire. To be honest, I'm so desperate, I could go for a recycled can right now. Soda... Okay, we now have 2 wool socks. And that's food. Okay, this is... not a bad haul. Not too bad of a haul, if you ask me. Let's see if we can find that cave now. Saw the climbing zones. It should be up the climbing zones. Just need to find those again. Probably up... yeah, there it is. I see that texture. That texture can only mean a climbing zone. The Marsh Ridge.
Never been so hungry in my life.
Oh, you've been hungrier. You were hungrier 6 hours ago, Mackenzie. Can I... there we go. Can I please climb? Please? Please? Let me up. Okay. But how many climbing zones? I don't actually remember. The number of climbing zones is enough. Enough climbing zones. Okay. Now, one problem is I don't actually remember what the lower reaches of Milton look like. I know there's a lot of ice. There's like a ravine kind of a thing. It's not a ravine. It's like a pond, a big pond.
So tired.
Yeah, here it is. So there's like a busted up house here. I don't remember if there's a proper house anywhere. We might not be able to stop.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
We are going to need to sleep. Let's think. We're probably somewhere around here. I think we go around on the left. And we're going to have torches the whole way. Eventually... yeah, we got the soda. We should be fine.
Place to escape this cold.
Eventually, there's going to be a burnt-up house. We can have a safer fire there and rest there. But for now... I think we light a fire. Just somewhere random here.
I'd eat snow if the hypothermia wouldn't kill me.
Yeah, book. We'll start with the torch. And never, ever, ever use that birch bark as tinder. Never. Of course it starts being windy. Why am I not surprised?
Come on.
Okay, so... there we go.
That's done.
So you can go away. We can add cedar, this trash fire log. Let that warm up a bit. And then we'll toss a coal on. It's definitely more burn time than I was anticipating making. Now we can do a reclaimed, as long as we're warming up. So for now, water, recycled can, cook. In fact, let's take a cheeky hour-long nap and hope to God that nothing bad happens. Really, the worst thing that could happen is a blizzard and wind. But it doesn't sound like that's arisen. Okay, we need to drink. We must drink! And probably eat this nice granola bar. And some cattails. Water. Sounds like some wind is threatening. Sleep for another hour. And then we'll just pull a whole bunch of torches. Yeah. Pick you up. And take you. Take you. I've been getting pretty lucky on torches recently. I would say very lucky. This one's not so good. And that sounds like some wind trying to blow up. Surely this is enough torches, right? Maybe one more. Okay, so I think there's probably something on those middle islands. Probably just a deer. I think as long as we follow the left side here, we'll eventually find that busted up house that we can sleep the rest of the night in. You need to be a little bit careful on account of wolf. But the biggest concern is wind blowing the torch out. Like, for example, I could have sworn that I just heard some kind of a paw pad. But I didn't hear a woof or an awoo. Of course. I mean, I guess it was going to happen eventually. There were wolves around here. There certainly were wolves. But maybe that just means we're closer to the burnt out house than I thought we were. Checking all these little stalk areas for marshmallows. Oh, hello. Also saw a cattail plant. Okay, a hermit's cabin. I think this is exactly where I was looking for. That's nothing. Was it really just the one cattail? Oh, why do you sound like you're charging? You, and light, please. There we go. Okay. I'm not stressed, you're stressed. Are you... Why are you getting so close, buddy? I'm not stressed, you're stressed. Where's the cabin? Is it up here? Where's the cabin? There it is. Yeah, I'm not stressed, you're stressed. Jeez, buddy, come on. Come on. Alright, there we go. I think
would have thought to look here.
Lantern, fuel, matches. I think we're safe. First aid kit. Can we please get some antibiotics or something? Man. If you get food poisoning, you're just done. Okay. Tons of firewood. And any chance that we've got a cooking pot? Don't think so.
I'd eat anything right about
Very
now.
unfortunate. Not the worst fate, but not the best either. Anything hiding behind? No. No. Okay. Start you with the torch, a cattail head, and I guess a cedar firewood. We have the torch, so it's not like there is a huge risk. It's not like there's a huge time crunch to get this fire started. Then we've got tons of wood we can put on. I do still think there's at least one climbing zone that we need to worry about going up. So I'm not mad at all at adding a bunch of this fuel. Yeah, reclaimed wood really is garbage, isn't it? Letting it heat up a little bit before tossing the next one on. I think that's how it works. Okay, so we got about 3 hours of burn time. That could be a lot. And I mean a lot of water. Yeah. We got in here just in time for the wind to come up. Okay. Let's start with water. Start with water and think, what do we need to be doing right now? Okay. Once we rest, we'll be just over encumbered. And probably drop some coal and some wood to get underneath. We also have teas. We have a bunch of teas to make. Oh, the weather's quite nice, actually. Yeah, somewhere in this direction, I think. You know, through those trees and to the left. That's how we're going to get up into Milton proper. And then finally get a breath, take a breath. Midnight. We'll do another, maybe a little bit more snow, and we'll grab a tiny nap while this is boiling. Even with all this wind, there's no issue. Because we are shielded. I didn't mean to take that. I meant to put it down. Sleep one more. Yeah, I'm just thinking, we're not going to have a lot of fatigue if we just go right now. So let's cook. Guess we need to drink some of this. Because we haven't prepared any of the stuff that we could prepare, have we? Burdock, reishi, rose hips. We're going to be waking up a lot later than I was hoping. Surely there's prepared birch bark somewhere, right? Am I just not seeing it? Rose hips, reishi, old man's wound. Surely. I don't think it lets us prepare birch bark. P is for prepared. Prepared. Acorns, no. Yeah, I don't think it's going to let us do birch. Well. And here I thought I was being clever. Let's just cook some of these rose hips. I did not mean to drink that, but I suppose it's fine. I forgot you don't need to boil these. 30, okay. If that's 30 minutes to burn, yeah, we can cook you, and we can actually sleep. Do we risk it for 9 hours? I think we start off with 7. Oh, that's rough. That's rough calorie-wise. What? 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 What just happened? What just happened? Oh my god. Well, that's interesting. Okay. I was really not expecting anything like that to happen. I guess the only thing that makes sense to me is there must have been a blizzard that blew up. It must have just been a random blizzard. Because we just drank something. It couldn't have been dehydration. We had enough calories. It could not have been, what's the word? It couldn't have been starvation. So it literally only leaves cold. Okay, well, the more you know, we're just going to go fast. We are just going to go fast. Okay, first check for the bedroll. No bedroll. We'll take the flare though. Yeah, what? It didn't even tell me what killed me. I think in the survival modes it tells you, like, you know, blood loss or hypothermia. What could that have been? I honestly have no clue. Because our clothes and the time of day... Yeah, the only thing it could have been is hypothermia. Why are there wolves? Why are there wolves there? There have never been wolves there before. Okay, so I guess we just go straight over here and see what we can find. Aha! Another marine flare. That could come in handy. Okay, still going fast. That looks like something on the edge of the ocean. Is it just a log, though? Oh, it's even more things. What could you be? A cloth? A maple sapling? Actually, not the worst haul. Not the worst haul I've ever seen. Okay. Again, well, I suppose we could use the sewing kit. Okay. Nothing up here, nothing over there, nothing in the corner. Alright, let's check the house. No bears. You know what? There might be some marshmallows back there. But we'll check that later. Okay, so we have... Need to remember we don't have a bedroll. That is an important thing to remember. Okay. Get you. Metal shelf. Book on the table. I think... Ooh, jeans. Finally. Second pair of pants. Not great, though. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to start a fire here. With the book. We don't have any tinder. Surely there's some curtain that we can... Yeah, here we go. Oh, but we can't make tinder from cloth. We have to make tinder from cardboard. Do we have any cardboard? Oh, wait, hold on. We have sticks. Didn't I pick up a stick? I did pick up a stick. Perfect. All right. Make a tinder plug. Make a bandage. Okay, this is a start. Improvised head wrap. Not great, but I suppose there's enough curtains and stuff here that we can do both. It's not like we're exactly hurting for use for this cloth. Okay, so we'll have the head wraps, the hand wraps. We already have bandages. But I would like a little bit more tinder. Anything in the crate? Nothing in the crate. Anything hiding behind? Fleece mittens.
Use this.
That's a good find. That is a good find. Where? That said cardboard box, didn't it? Yes. Break you down for 12 minutes to break down a cardboard box? That seems a little bit silly. That seems very silly. Anything under the chair, behind the chair? Crate? Anything in the crate? Nothing in the crate. Already checked the trunk. Nothing behind the trunk, nothing to the side. Okay. Let's start a fire. With a book. And a crossed finger. We can get started on water. And I think... No. No, I think we'll just pull a bunch of torches. Yeah. So add fuel. Add the fir firewood. And the reclaimed wood. Actually, yeah, let's do some water. Okay. And while that water is going, well, first off, let's make sure we didn't miss anything in here. I always miss something over here, don't I? A granola bar. Cardboard box, don't need it. Ah, marine flare, almost missed that. And a soda. That wouldn't have been good to miss either. Okay, so it has been 3.5 hours since we started. I think we can take a couple minutes, do a little bit of a stretch break, a little bit of a feed a cat break, while we watch this fire boil this water. I'll be back in a couple minutes. All right, so the water is not yet boiled dry. So that's a little bit of water. How much do we actually have right now? We have 1 liter of water and a soda. That feels kind of decadent. Feels a little bit decadent. I think we start pulling torches. All these torches. That's a pretty good one. That one might even be near 50%. Garbage torch. Garbage torch. Trash torch. That's a pretty good one. And I think we grab one more. I'm almost certain this will get immediately blown out when we go outside. One last check. No, that's a broom. But it's good to have them. Okay, we're out of here. All right, show me that bear. Huh. It's not as windy as I remembered. Hey, what are you calling about? That direction? I don't care about that direction. Okay, you gotta be kidding me. Where is Mackenzie, you little wimp? Walk faster. It's just some wind. Alright, now. It's going to be very important to remember that we don't have a bedroll. And I don't know of all the good places to sleep between here and the next place to sleep. I think we stop at the trailer. Yeah. I think that's the next spot that has any chance of being anything. Yeah, of course it blows out. Why am I not surprised? Nothing? This is just going to be a whole bunch of nothing in here. Because of course it is. Okay. I'm trying to think of what else to do. I think... Yeah, I think... If a detour does not have a chance of giving us better clothing, I think I'm just going to completely skip the detour. I'm not even checking these glove boxes. Okay, now a body and a backpack. Surely there's got to be something in one of them, right? Okay, I'll take the tooth. That's actually a halfway decent find. Didn't even realize we had a cotton tooth. So double up on the hat, that's help. Nothing. Trunk? I saw you. I saw you. We are flush with matches. I saw a tiny blue square in my peripheral vision. Let's check for wolves. I don't see any yet. Maybe the early spawn was over by that fishing hut. No, that's an entire pack. Okay. Give the cannery a pass. Say no thank you. Okay, let's see. We might take a little bit of chip damage getting to this trailer up here.
My fingers feel numb.
I don't think it's avoidable with how fast the temperature is going down. Well, as long as we're in a windbreak, it's okay. That's what having a cotton toque and a wool toque will do for you. Okay, we will do the small detour to check this container. Garbage. Not even anything. Of course, I run out of stamina right here. Come on. Come on. Come on. There we go. There we go. Just barely avoided that chip damage. And it's even bright enough to see inside. That is the pinnacle of decadence. Don't need the spray paint. We are not going to be dropping anything. Okay, there's still really nothing in here, huh? Ah, oh, you know what? Not even a first aid kit up on the shelf. Talk about rude. Anything inside the shelves? No. Still no. This is even less than there was before. Okay, so we are kind of stuck here for a little bit. Definitely stuck here as long as that wind is outside. Fire-wise, we have 1 cedar, 2 plugs, about to be 4 plugs. And the debate now is, do we take a nap or do we sleep the night? Check the weather. I think we take a nap and then we leave. We'll leave around dusk. 2-hour nap. Yeah, 2-hour nap. That might be pushing it visibility-wise, but I think we need the extra hour to warm up. Yeah, we needed that. Also, I was able to find the exit. Okay, here we go. I was hoping it would not be so cold. Quite cold. Nothing. And nothing. No marshmallows. Okay. And for whatever reason, Mackenzie thinks there's still wind. Absolute madman. It's like he's begging to be frozen to death. Yeah, let's see. I'm trying to think, where is the next available bed? It might be all the way up in the Forlorn Muskeg, in that southern bombed-out building. The one with the forge. Okay. So let's go up again. Take a quick swing by that hunter's blind. And then we'll see if we can get into the cave without getting lost this time. So let's remember, the cave is to the left of the waterfalls. Alright. Can't see the hunter's blind. I think it's over in that direction. No, it should be to the left. Where should it be? I'm not entirely sure. Not entirely sure. It's also getting quite cold. Is this crossable? Certainly this is crossable, right? Ooh, that's kind of far. Alright, we're good. We are okay. Despite the wind, I can't be quite so crazy on the sprinting. Hunter's blind, over there. Alright. We know where to go. Come on. Did I lose track of it already? No, it's right over there. Or is that another hunter's blind? I'm not sure. It might be another hunter's blind. I don't actually know how many are in this general area. I'm certain this is another hunter's blind, a different one, I mean. Almost certain. Alright. Come on. I wanted to avoid sprinting, but I don't think we can afford to in this cold. Why did I just hear... Why did I just hear an awoo? Why is there an awoo coming after me? Certainly they can't come in here, though.
Could end up being useful.
Damn it. You know what? I think we have to pop one of these. Yep. Just because of the cold, we can't stay out here. Yeah, I hear you, bud. It's just the one dude. How did he see me from all the way over there? I guess he does have one friend. If I was a cave, I'd probably still be in this direction. No, I'm sure I wouldn't be. I think I lost track of it again. And this flare is not going to last forever. Okay, come on. Even though I don't remember any of these landmarks. Wait, where actually is this cave? Oh, it's got to be over the hill. Has to be over the hill. Actually, this isn't great. We'll throw you. And we'll light you. If we have to. If we can just run from these guys, we will. Where the hell is this cave? Alright, you're coming. But where the actual hell is this cave? I'm sure we've gone too far. I'm absolutely... What? Well, this isn't great. But where the actual hell is this cave? Up. Alright, come on now. There is no way that the cave is closer to those waterfalls than we already looked. But it must be. It can't be this way. It's impossible. Because that already starts turning around to head south. It's not up there. I'm 100% sure of that. Where the actual hell is this cave? I cannot believe those timberwolves saw us from halfway across the moor. You've got to be kidding me. And of course they come back right as the flare runs out. Where in the actual hell is this cave? Like, seriously. Come on. Oh, you've got... God damn it. It's literally right here. What a waste. What a waste of health. Oh well. It's not like we'll need it. It's not like we'll need it. I'm already happy finding that extra box of matches. Okay. Unfortunately... yeah, we're gonna have to spend the night in here. There's just no way in hell. There's no way in hell we can get to the next building. 1 in the dark, 2 in the wind. Vague recollection of this cave. Okay. Might as well go around and see if we can find some more coals. The chances of that apparently are not great. 1 is nice to have. I've heard it said that a coal and a stick is all you need for a good time. And that's all I got. Alright, 2 more coals. This is pretty good. Come on. And I want to say this way. Don't quote me on it. Yeah, here we go. And there we go. There should be a bed over here, I think. Okay, there is a bed. Get the flare. Get this guy. Yeah, we just have to sleep till morning. Oof. This is not a good situation food-wise. Definitely not a good situation. Put you out. And let's hope we don't randomly die in our sleep again. Wouldn't put it past it even though we're in a cave with no predators nearby. Okay. Almost dehydrated. Almost. Yeah, and of course it's too dark to see inside, even though it's the daytime. Make us burn another match. It's 3 matches down. We would be completely screwed if we didn't find that extra box of matches. One of these should be a dead end. And for some reason, I feel like I hear wind through the walls of the cave. So my money is on this torch getting blown out the instant we exit. So that's another match down. Get all these sticks. Yeah, I hear... Yep. We got wind. We got early morning, so it's still extremely cold. We can't build a fire inside. There are no campfires to be used. So this is not a good situation to be in. But we have so little water, so little food, we kind of just have to YOLO it. Not much of an option one way or the other. Alright, here we go. Okay, not obscenely windy. Actually, it does sound obscenely windy. Get some hips. Alright. Just go as far as we can get. As far as we can get on a dream. Really all we got. Alright, nothing. I'm not even going to go up and check for the prepper cache. Certainly they've all been removed. So that gives us a little bit more of a straight line. This will last us a little bit longer. Okay, can we get around this rock? I think we should be able to, but I wouldn't put it past the developers to make it not possible. Yep, that's not possible. Can we get over the rock? Yes. Yes, we can. Which leads you to wonder, why make it impassable on the ice to begin with? Seems like there's not much of a point. Bunch of sticks. Got all the sticks. That's a wolf. Why is there a wolf here? This, I think, is probably
Can't feel my feet.
a completely cursed spawn. I believe this is a cursed seed. At least at this rate. Jesus. Alright, bunkhouses. Do we have anything around? Not hacksaw. It's better than nothing. And it does unlock deer meat. Deer carcasses. Buddy, come on now. As long as we don't get screwed by random wind again, we should be okay.
Too cold to think.
But again, wouldn't put it past them. Antiseptic, that's a nice find. Okay. I think we're gonna have to light up another torch. Yeah. There we go. We'll take 1 or 2 stones. Other than that, let's just get inside. Alright, got anything else here? These burned up places? That's a dead end. And here we have first aid kit. Bandage. Actually not unwelcome. Alright, you can get out of here. Because you can't path up here. Nope. Got the note left behind. Beef jerky. I am all about finding as much food as possible. Hello, ski jacket. Said something about a cursed seed, but maybe secretly it's not. Let's start this fire. Maybe we can stop. Maybe we can stop freezing. Come on.
Come on, come on.
Oh, come on. You just need to believe. I should have put the ski jacket on.
Come on.
Yeah, my feeling too, Mackenzie. My feeling too. Alright, there we go.
It worked.
And now, let's do some sticks. You know what, let's just coal it. Just coal it up. Make it extremely toasty. HC, and it's still not helping us out. Wow, 15 Celsius and we're still too cold? Rough. Absolutely rough. Okay, what can we find over here? Nothing. Whole locker.
So
A whole
cold.
locker and there's nothing in it.
Just want to lay down for a bit.
Feels wrong. Add some of these sticks. Should give us a few more degrees. Probably not many at this temperature, though. Okay, what we actually need is water. Lots of water. We might be sitting around here for a while just getting all that set up. In fact, at this rate, maybe most of the day. Okay, what do we have? Cedar. See if we can snipe this. Is there even a... Yeah, there is a safe. Alright, come on. Come on. Give me the one lonely pixel. It gives me access to the safe without going through the crate. I know you exist, because I found you last time. Come on. I know you're there. This is more difficult than I was expecting. Is it here? No. Is it here? Come on. Alright, this is just being unreasonable. Just being a little bit unreasonable. Is there a way that we can get to it from over here? No. Not even from upstairs, huh? And you're still melting. Oh. Ah, and a cloth. We will be using that cloth. Did we actually? Okay, we have one sewing kit. So we can work on that ski jacket. Come on, seriously? How is that not the one pixel that gives me access? Fine, I'll break this down. You know what? I should have waited because now that water will have boiled off. Unfortunate. Alright, fine. Be that way. I wasn't going anywhere anyway. Okay. So that is probably the most inconvenient possible number. Like 1. Yeah, exactly 1. The next one could be literally anywhere. And it was something like 35. Okay, 1. And 35. God, seriously? Missed it by 1? 137. And... God, you have got to be kidding me. This seed is probably just designed entirely to troll me. I've never seen the final two numbers that close together.
That'll come in handy.
Insulated flask and decent jeans. I will take both of those. Because they're actually not useless for once. Alright, forge is fine. Snow is fine. You're doing your thing. Do we have a soda? We don't have a soda. In fact, let's... Of course a blizzard comes up. Of course.
All I can think about is food.
Okay. Eat this. We can probably prepare some rose hips. And also some reishi mushrooms. So that's good to know, good to do. Yeah. Alright, looking good. We boiled. We cook the hips. And what else can we do here? I think that's just about it for this location. I checked you. Checked you. Nothing else. Just the bed. Now, the problem that I have is we don't have a bedroll. And because we don't have a bedroll, we can't just sleep in any random cave we find. What time is it? It's almost noon. Let's keep this fire burning. At least for a while. And I think we're just going to have to slowly sleep and see if this... No, not sleep in the bed. And slowly see if this wind gets a little bit less. Oh, man, we are low on the food, though. Extremely low. Alright, wind is fine. Wind is fine, it's only a little bit foggy and it's noon. I would have liked to spend some time repairing clothes here. Especially the ski jacket. You know what? We can spend 45 minutes to try to repair this. Nice. 52% ski jacket. We got some jeans. Maybe we have some better jeans too. Yeah, some slightly better jeans. Marginally better jeans. Is it worth the time to do another repair on the ski jacket? I think we're probably going to be starving anyway. Yeah, I think we do one more repair on the ski jacket, and that'll let us do another can's worth of water. But it's going to be tight. We are definitely flying a little bit close to the sun here.
I could eat anything right now.
There we go. Yeah. Now we pull torches. The one upside, remember, because we found a hacksaw, we can actually harvest from deer, if we can find any. I'm not counting on it for sure, but I feel like our chances are better than nothing. That is a garbage torch. Trash torch. This is better. Okay, do we have a wolf out here? No. So I think we go and we check over there, and we cut through the muskeg. Because if we go through, it should be a little bit shorter than going around. And there's... God, is there seriously a wolf? Where was Buddy, and why was he not wooing? You know, based on his current location, I'm pretty sure he saw us through the hill, so that's annoying. Why is there also a wolf there? More wolves. Okay. That's a deer. I think we pop a fire right next to it, and we should actually... Yeah. Oh, did we get dead? Yeah, we took a nap that should have been fine, and we woke up dead. So, yes, we did. And currently we've had a completely cursed seed so far. But we did get the luck to find hacksaw. Hacksaw, which means a little bit of meat. What, 500 calories? That might actually be worth going back and cooking. Yeah, so basically we made it to the basin under Milton, and then got trolled. Is more or less what happened. Okay. Yeah, let's go back and cook this. I wasn't really expecting this fire to still be on anyway. Alright, furnace, start fire. Tinder plug, torch, cedar. It's probably going to take about a half hour to cook. On the plus side, we've already found a ski jacket. Low condition. Oh, come on now. Low condition, but better than nothing. So we shouldn't be completely screwed by wind and cold now. Okay. You know what?
Turned out pretty well.
Someone asked earlier if I would make any changes in the design in this game. I think I just figured one out. You could, and to my understanding, you could do this with no downside. You could simply sleep hour by hour anywhere that you wanted to sleep, and basically just check the weather, check if you're too cold, check if you were too thirsty, you know, over and over and over for 10 hours straight, you know, 10 times in a row. Very tedious. Just to make sure that you don't accidentally die in your sleep. I think the fact that... So that is clearly the optimal way to play. because you can't accidentally lose condition, or at least more than an hour's worth of condition, if you sleep like that. Whereas, you know, I made the mistake of doing, what, like a 9-hour sleep in a row, and it killed me. I don't think it should. I think you should wake up if you're losing condition during a sleep, and you should have to try to fall asleep again to effectively burn through it. Because otherwise, it basically forces you to do something that's pretty unfun. Even in a simulation sort of a manner. It's kind of dumb. All right, let's head out again. And this time, we're going over the ice instead of over the cliffs. Because if we go over the ice, we might find marshmallows. And those things fed us for like half of that run that actually got far. But for now, if it's not food and if it's not better clothing, I'm not really stopping for anything or detouring for anything. And of course, there are no marshmallows around here. Absolutely classic. We'll take the coal, though. Not extinguishing, please. This is why you shouldn't have used the thing in your hand and also search the thing that you may be 1 pixel away from pointing at in the same button. Okay. So let's see what all the hubbub about is over here. If we're lucky, it's a deer. One of the benefits of finding... Aha, marshmallows. One of the benefits of finding the hacksaw is unlocking deer. Which I think is going to be a game changer. Because we were desperate for food the entire time. It was kind of unreasonable. No, it's just a dude. It's just a dude that no one cares about, man. Doesn't even have anything on his phone. Polaroid. What in the hell am I going to use that Vista for? Get that garbage out of my loot pool. Feather. Might take a feather or two just in case we ever make a fishing lure. Unlikely, but you never know. Right. I think we're sort of forced to go in this direction. But eventually we'll be heading north. Come on. Not with a match, please. Yeah, no marshmallows. Very stingy with the marshmallows. I bet we can cross here. This is probably a good idea. Yeah. Still no marshmallows, though. All these reeds. And nothing. I'm not even going to bother with the maple. We can chop it down. But what's the point? What is the point? That's a marshmallow. Got any friends? No, not really. No friend marshmallows. Okay, so, as I said before, I don't actually know of any other places to sleep between here and the maintenance shed, so we're just kind of having to hope that we can get there. I don't know if it's a sure thing or not. It's simultaneously not too far, but also not too close. We got the beard. Freya, welcome. Welcome, let's go down the script. But currently, we're in the process of freezing to death and then starving to death and then dehydrating to death, not in that order.
I'm gonna need to eat soon.
All right, let's grab some hips. Grab some hips because you know they don't lie. Well, sometimes they lie. Sometimes they fib. Well, fine enough. Fine enough, I suppose. Indeed. Assuming that we're hearing and not reading. But who knows? Yeah, so right now, you're definitely not avoiding the bot allegations. I've seen this script before. Like at the end of Battlescar Galacta. All of this has happened before, all of this will happen again. Okay, on the plus side, here's the railroad tracks. And railroad tracks means we can't get lost. Certainly. You can't get lost in... Why is there a wolf there? There's not supposed to be wolves up here. I've been extremely, extremely less than lucky when it comes to animals being in new locations that I never knew they could be in. And I've only gotten mauled by them twice because of that. It's not the worst thing in the world, but also not the best. Okay. We'll go by that guy over there. The hunting blind over there on the way back. Because at least the last time I was there, there was a lot, I mean a lot of marshmallows around it. And even though we're a little bit desperate for food, we're not so desperate. It is getting on in the day, though. And we are getting a little tired. Okay. Any bears? No. No bears is my favorite kind of bears. What is this? Just a bunch of sticks? Just a bunch of sticks. A bunch of sticks and still no marshmallows. It feels almost personal at this point. Especially with this wind blowing up. There goes the torch. See ya. Oh yeah. You've got to be kidding me. Absolutely ridiculous. Okay. Well, on the plus side, it's still the warm part of the day. I don't know, there's a possibility, there's a couple of places between here and the maintenance shed that there might be deer. And deer means there might be an opportunity to get a little bit more food. Well, we'll see. Actually, I don't know why it did that full travel. I didn't hold the button down. Make sure we're wearing everything. Yep. Drop what we have no use of. Let's drink some. And then let's eat because we're getting quite hungry. Tough and not very filling indeed. Still a good 600 calories. Okay. Yeah, I would be sprinting, but we're very tired. We're tired, and it's just going to get worse from here. Because, like I said, we have no bedroll. Alright, do we go left? I think we do a quick detour to the left. It should spit us out on the right again eventually anyway. And there's a possibility of deer. Come on. Yeah, another tiny little rock placed in the middle of the ground that you can't walk over for effectively no reason. Like, what the hell is this? Why is this even here? And why is it stopping me from walking? That is the design decision kind of thing that I would change. It's a quality of life increase. It costs basically nothing. That's a wolf. That is a wolf. Why is there a wolf up here? Well, it's not looking good. It's definitely not looking good. Even if we get to the maintenance shed, there's no guarantee there's going to be much food there. And when we get there, it's going to be nighttime, so we won't be able to see inside without a torch or a flare. This is... well, we'll just see how far we can get. The answer is probably going to be not far, but we'll see. Come on, let me down. That is an invisible wall. Or an invisible floor, as the case may be. Okay, marshmallows. You might say, but you're freezing to death. But I say, but marshmallows. In fact, even more. Come on. Alright. That's... I don't know if that's a wolf or not. Doesn't look like one. It's not moving like one, so I think we're okay. This is actually a lot of marshmallows for now. There definitely weren't this many marshmallows the last time I came here. Alright, let's head up. Let's head up, up, and away. There's the wolf. Knew he was there. I knew it. Can't hide from me. If we can get to that nook we hid in last time, we'll pop a quick squat there. Might even need to find somewhere closer. Unless the wind randomly decides to die down. Which it seems like it has. You won't hear me complaining. Well, not about that anyway. Okay. Let's keep an eye on the gauges, but maybe we can make it all the way to the shed. Maybe. If there's a lot of food in the shed, we might take a quick detour to the north. To the, I'm trying to decide. I feel like it won't be worth going all the way up.
Can't feel my hands.
To the plateau. But we did find a festive sweater there last time. And that has a very nice warmth resistance. Or not warmth resistance. Wind resistance is what the festive sweater is good at. Very good wind resistance. But it's kind of out of the way. We'll have to see. Actually, might have to go up there because I think there are 1 or 2 spots that might have deer meat.
I need to find food.
And that could be quite beneficial. What is this? It's a random... No. It looked like a rock from that angle, but it turns out it was a tree limb. Okay. It's cold. How many matches do we have? We have 14 matches. 14 matches. Debating whether or not to pop a quick squat to light a fire to warm up some. Yeah, I think so. For multiple reasons. One, where in the heck is my items? Here. We do have tinder. Okay. For one, we can use this guy. And light fire, please. Here. Okay. I think we can do a water. Yeah. Really? You have a fire in front of you. How are you cold? You should have at least 5 Celsius by now, and you were barely under. So that should be enough. Alright.
That did it.
Wait, 6 Celsius and we're only... Come on now. A little unreasonable. 1, we need to warm up. 2, we are kind of low on water. We're perpetually low on water. So we can do that. And that can burn out. Wait, what? This should... You gotta be kidding me. Alright, pick you up. And we need to get out of here. Of course the wind sniped my campfire. Every single time, man. Every time. Let's eat this food. Come on. And of course that means we can't use a torch to keep these wolves off of us up here. We need to pop a flare. That would be a shame. Yeah. Shame and a waste. But if that's the way it's gotta be, that's the way it's gotta be. Alright. I don't see the wolves. Anything in the trunk? No. Anything inside? Other than a book? No. We could pop a squat here, but it's only going to get colder now that the sun's going down. I think we just have to go. We have to go and try to get inside. I don't see the wolves. But that means less than nothing. There they are. There he is. Two of them. Kind of a shame to use the flare.
It's getting dark out here. Time to look for shelter.
We'll use a marine flare just in case we need to use a red flare later. On account of it lasts longer. For light.
Damn. I'm freezing.
Alright, what you got? Literally nothing. Literally nothing. Get out of here, bud. Get out of here. Alright, might as well sprint. Yeah. Because it's cold.
Need to rest soon.
There we go. Alright. Okay. Now we're back inside. Let's see if we've got any food. Probably not. I don't remember finding much the last time. It would be around here. Okay, more matches, that's good. More books, also good. Matches, books. Take that for tinder. Tons of coal already. We're gonna have even more. You know what? I should have done this before. Count it. Okay. You've already checked. Nothing in the shelf. Alright, let's see if we can get a lucky with a pry bar again. Not feeling too confident about it. But hey, you never know. Aha.
This'll come in handy.
Pry bar the first. Spray paint, don't need it. And just open up all this stuff. Open up everything.
I could eat a horse.
Open up everything, check under everything. Doesn't look like there's much food here, though. And that is kind of what I was hoping to find. Anything in the trunk? Container. Let's see. We got a hobo fire. Coal. Who puts coal in their huge container of tools? Absolute madman. Right. Anything good back here? Nope. Anything good over here? Not really. All right. Let's light this fire and let us cedar. Let's start making some more water. We got enough coal, enough wood to burn. Might as well use it.
Come on. Come on.
Really? Mackenzie, you're better than this. This is what the cattail stalks are for, or the other end of the stalk. A little cattail fluff bit. Really?
Well, that didn't work.
So that is more than 1 in 4 unlucky. Let's see. Actually, it's more than 1 in 5 unlucky. Can we do more? Let's see. So we have a 40% chance to fail. That's 3 in a row. Something like 6%. So that's about almost a 1 in 20 unlucky. So that's going to put it down to something like, God, we're already like almost, we are pushing 1 in 100 unlucky, I think, here. No, it can't be that much, can it? I think the math works out, though.
Come on. Come on.
At any rate, under a 5% chance of failing this 4 times in a row in the beginning.
Turned out pretty.
Luckily, that didn't fail, though. Okay. Add fuel. We'll do the reclaimed wood. And probably a few sticks, too. Take a torch and start the water. See if there's anything else good to be had here. If there's a mountaineering rope, we'll take that back with us. We won't carry it for now. Book. We didn't need a book. We are never going to have the 5 hours free to read that thing. Or actually, it's a small arms handbook, so I think it's 10 hours free to read it. Jerry can. That may eventually become useful.
Plant fuel.
A liter.
Pretty useful.
This is not a good torch. This is also not a good torch. Show me what you got. Work gloves could be an upgrade. I think right now we just have fleece mittens. And I think they're low condition too. Fleece matons.
I wonder who owns this stuff.
I own it. Alright. Even though they're moldy, I will be eating those crackers. Granola bar. Another skill book that we will never read. Okay. And nothing over here. And hop. Checked all you. You can get thrown away. Surely this thing won't burn down, right? This is a better torch. Anything inside the car? No. Anything on top here? No. There's a clipboard, not a hacksaw. And we're very close to needing to sleep. More food. Love to see it. Stump remover. Hate to see it. Actually. Another book. Okay, we're gonna have to go back before that water boils off. But I think we're gonna have to sleep. Yeah, we're gonna have to sleep effectively immediately. Really? 2 locked lockers and nothing? 4 lockers and nothing? Not even a scrap metal? That's a little bit unreasonable. Alright, you are not even boiled yet. So let's eat some food while we wait. Like some moldy, salty crackers. Feels strange having the food bar over half. Feels very unusual. And that's going for 1 hour and 52. Anything I put on will boil off. It will boil off before the fire stops. So let's go take a nap. Make sure I didn't miss anything. No. Alright. Food's fine, water's fine, temperature's fine. I think we can sleep. Probably for 10 hours. Because I think it would screw me if I tried to sleep for the 12, and it would take a little bit of chip damage from being dehydrated. What? What? How am I dehydrated? It should take a full 12 hours. It should take a full 12 hours to dehydrate. How did I get dehydrated? That is hot garbage. Yeah, the fact that it doesn't show you exactly what food and water you'll lose when you sleep for a certain amount is pretty dumb, because it's not hidden information, and it's just a small quality of life thing. Because I could have just, like I said, hour by hour, ate for the thirst meter to go from full from empty. But that is not what survival mode taught me. Survival mode taught me it took 12 hours. But that is a quality of life thing that there's really no reason for them to not add in. Because like I said before, from a gameplay wise, or from a game optimization standpoint, there is literally no reason for me to not just sleep 1 hour at a time every time, just to ensure that I can micromanage the bars as they go down. But that is obviously not as good of a game to play as just deciding how long you want to sleep and sleeping. So I would say that that was a design flaw, in my humble opinion. Alright, literally junk in here. Okay, so there's really not a lot of food here. And even not a lot of water. Yeah, I think we go fast. I think we go fast. So, what does fast mean? Fast means... Yeah, I see you, buddy. Get out of here. Fast means... So there's our little thing. I think we can walk up there. We can try to walk up there. But first order business, I do think we actually need to... Yeah, we need to go back inside. And we need to boil water. I need at least a liter, maybe a liter and a half of water. Although that's going to take a long time to boil. Okay, fire barrel, start fire. We have enough... Yeah. So we have 25 matches. That's fine. And a book. Okay. Okie dokie. I don't think we're even going to worry about going north in this spot. We're just going to hit this and leave. We'll grab the... Yeah. We'll grab the... What's it called? Cedar, you can... We don't need 18 coal, right? Yeah. How did we get a second recycled can? When did that happen? Am I crazy? When did we get this? I mean, I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it. It makes things a lot more efficient. But I didn't know we had it. Okay. So now that we have... In all of the other runs, I was never able to obtain a second recycled can. I feel like now that we have 2 recycled cans, nothing can stop us. And also, we have a bunch of time while this is boiling. Let's use it to finally repair some of these nice... Hold on. Why is the ski jacket at 81%? I thought I left it at 50%. Don't question it. Don't ask questions. Just accept it. So we repair the hat. Fingers crossed. And that should almost boil. What's next? We decide we want the fleece mittens or the work gloves. The work gloves are better, even though they take cured leather to repair. Kind of unfortunate. You're boiled, you're boiled. I think we can probably get a little bit more water, especially in case we end up doing some... What's the word we're looking for? In case we end up doing some tea. Okay, what else is worth repairing? Probably the toque. Alright, so that's a relief. And other clothing? I don't think we have any other clothing worth repairing. Although we can harvest. You're almost boiled. It's not going to boil off even if this harvest takes forever. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think we're ready to leave this area. We still have... Oh, but I don't want to let this burn out. Let's toss one more coal on, just to pull some more torches. Don't forget both of the recycled cans. Yeah, 3 liters of water feels decadent. But I'm sure it won't last nearly as long as I think. So let's pull these torches and head outside and hope it doesn't get windy. Ooh, that's a good torch. That's a good torch too. Okay. One more torch, I think. Because what is it, 10 minutes per torch or something like that? Alright, let's get out of here. One last check, nothing. Yeah, nothing. Alright, fingers crossed. Here we go. Oh, buddy. Easy there. Easy. Probably shouldn't have turned my back on him. Okay. Yeah, I hear you, buddy. So let me, just passing, just let me sneak through here. Just a little bit. Okay. Grab you. Do we actually... this is... We don't need another pry bar, but I'll take it for now. Wait, hold on. You're not coming around, are you? Okay, get out of here. Get out of here. And now let's leave. Yeah, that looks a bit too steep to go up, actually. So let's just go the normal way. Let's just not do anything crazy and go the normal way. Alright. Surely I lost track of them, right? I don't think they can... Yeah, as long as the gate's down, I think the wolves are four-wheel drive, so they can't go without the gate being up. But just in case, we can find my damn inventory. we'll light another torch. Nope, not with the match, please. With the obvious torch in front of you, Mackenzie. Use your brain. Use your brain, Mackenzie. Okay, it's noon. It is threatening a blizzard. That would really mess us up. Because the next bit of shelter is all the way over in the cave that leads to the plateau in Forlorn Muskeg. And that's a ways. That is quite a ways. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Or I suppose when it gets to us, because we're not the ones who decide what the weather's like. Okay. So we're walking over here. And this way should lead back anyway. So we can go here, and maybe it's even slightly more direct. Ah, a backpack. Who would have expected? With empty backpacks all across the land. I blame Canada. Okay, so there's a possibility of bears in the muskeg. There's a possibility of wolves in the muskeg. There's also the possibility of one wolf right before we leave to the muskeg. None of these scenarios are good scenarios. But as long as we can keep a torch up, which is looking less and less likely as this wind is picking up, if we can keep a torch up, we should be okay. But like I said, I don't have high hopes. I don't have high hopes at all. One thing that is nice to remember, the cave. The cave that goes, actually both of the caves in the muskeg, they don't have any detours worth exploring. Only thing that I could find there would be more coal, I believe. And we already have something like 15 coal. So that is more than a gracious plenty. I'm trying to think, where's the next bed? We're going to have to try to hope we can find one in the caves, because I can't think of another bed in the lower area on Milton. I cannot think of where I would find one. And because I'm still under the assumption that there is at least a little bit of a climbing rope to get up into Milton proper, we're going to need to find a bed. Oh, yep, here's the wind. Here's the wind blowing up. Yeah, where would a cave, or not a cave, where could a bed possibly be? If we wanted to do a very long detour, I think there's a good chance of finding a bedroll in the train derailment in the muskeg. But I don't have the highest hopes. And if we whiff there, I don't know what we're going to do. I don't even know. I can't even begin to think of what the backup would be. Perhaps going all the way to Mystery Lake? But that would be rough. That would be a rough go of it. Okay. We're walking over here. Actually, it's looking like it's trying to fog up and start a blizzard. That wouldn't be great. Especially getting lost in the northern reaches of the muskeg. I'm not familiar at all with that area. So when it comes to getting lost, I'd be your man. Or feline, as the case may be. Alright. Let's swap out the torch before we swap out the region. Too bad it doesn't start a wildfire. Ta-da! Alright, let's get out of here. Out of here and see if we can find something nice with that hunter blind. Ooh, I don't like this weather one bit. It looks ostensibly the same, but I do not like what it is trying to do. Alright, this time we're not going to miss going to the Hunter's Blind. Last time we had to walk all the way around, and it was definitely not worth the trouble. Also, last time I ended up picking up a bunch of birch bark, but apparently, for whatever reason, they discarded that, or they disabled that ability. The ability to prepare birch bark in this mode. So we're not going to be doing that detour this time. Definitely not wasting that time again. Still in the early afternoon. Time-wise, what the heck is that? Is that a wolf? No, it's just a particularly dense patch of grass. Time-wise, I think we're in a better situation than we were last time. Because I think it was much later in the evening, in the day, when we got back to the muskeg. And maybe even colder. It's still quite cold. We can't really take a huge detour here. Alright. Show me the marshmallow. Last time there was a whole bunch here. This time, not as much apparently. Okay. But food. Food is nice. So that's a good catch. Pop. And what else? I didn't realize there might have been a backpack here. Of course, there's nothing in the backpack, as usual. And a couple more cattails. That it? That is it. Yeah, not as good a haul. Not as good a haul, but also nothing to scoff at. That's like... We've gotten at least 600 calories here. Which is huge. Okay, now we just have 2 caves. And then we're back to the Milton, whatever that water place is. Place underneath Milton. Might even be able to luck out with some more marshmallows along the way. Maybe. Actually, just to check, how many sticks do we have? We have 11 sticks. That is plenty for our tinder, which we don't really need with all these marshmallow heads, and also all of our fire starting needs. Is it just me or is the wind picking up? I think this should be walkable, right? Yeah. So safe. All right. They don't lie. Yeah, I'm seeing some rose hips. I'm not seeing a whole bunch of marshmallows. Which, if you ask me, seems a little bit rude. A little bit mannerless. All right, any wolves over there? I don't see any. I do see these marshmallows. Not extinguished, please. And let's do... Okay, 2 more torches. They're good quality. But I think let's... Last time I went up to the shortwave radio station up there, there was nothing. Like, actually nothing. It wasn't even worth the calories to expend. So because I don't see any wolves coming up this stream, let's just go directly up the stream to the cave. We can start a fire at the cave entrance. I think that has a halfway decent windbreak. And we can pull some torches there. We can warm up.
My fingers feel numb.
We can do a little bit more water, and we can pull some torches. Ideally, we'll get into Milton proper by tonight. At least that's what I'm hoping to find, hoping to be able to do. That is the current plan. But you know how plans go. Or at least how the greatest of them go. Okay, okie doke. Okie doke. Nothing can stop me. Nothing can stop me from getting to this cave. The only thing that could eventually stop me is not being able to find a bed. I still don't know where we're going to find that bed. Any bed. Alright, come on. It's just over the ridge. Might even find some marshmallows on the way. But I doubt it. That I do not have confidence in. Unless we get lucky. Yes, please. Yoink and yoink. Alright, what else have you got for me? Anything? No, I don't think so. Alright, let's start a fire right out here. I'm not confident in actually finding a fireplace, a campfire inside. So we'll just do one here and hope that it's wind broken enough. Hope against hope. Okay.
That did it.
And we're already warming up. Get out of here. Okay, I guess we're going to pick up some more coal. So it's not the end of the world if we toss some on here. Okay. Get this beard. And get this beard. Okay. Beard acquired. 2 stones. Let's get 3 stones. Okay, so we've got about 45 minutes until these boil. What would be worth repairing? We still have 5 cloth and 5 scrap metal. That's a lot of scrap metal. We certainly don't need all of it, but at the same time, I don't think it's that hurting. It's that painful. It's not really hurting us. All right. Eat and drink. Now look at this. 16 marshmallow stalks. That is more than 2,000 calories. Probably. Definitely. Because 6 is 900? Yeah, 6 is 900 calories, and 10 is 1,500, so this is 2,400 calories. Basically, a full stomach. You know what? While these are boiling, let's check the shortwave station. It should be nearby. Oh, you know what? Look at this. We are rewarded. Our curiosity, it's killed us 3 or 4 times so far, but we are rewarded in the end. Nah. That shortwave... Why are words so difficult? That shortwave radio station is too far away. I can't be bothered. I just want to lay down and nap in the sun. But actually what I want to do is find a bed before we before we actually have a bad time. Okay. Yeah, this place in the basin, I know where that is. I've fallen there before. Okay, we are looking for Milton, which is actually called Mountain Town. Okay, so we're down here. Yeah, I am so certain that to get up here, you need to do some kind of climbing rope. Where is a likely spot for a bed down here? I'm almost certain there's nothing on the left here. So maybe we'll have to try the right side this time. Try to get lucky. Alright, pick up, and let's pull some torches. Oh, and it became sunny. Oh, hold on. That's worth it. Those crows are worth checking out. Yeah, well, because if those crows have a deer on them, we have access to deer with our hacksaw. Even if we have to do a little bit of Metal Gear action, I guess it's not Metal Gear, even if we have to do a little bit of Snake action to get up this little rock side here, I think it'll be worth the trouble. Ooh, this looks like it might be rough. Can we... yes. Okay, show me what you got up here. Please be a deer. Random campfire with literally nothing in it? Or nothing around it? Ah, it is a deer. Okay. So, here's what we do. About 3 hours and change on the fire. Ooh, that is... okay. Let's do this slowly, because I don't want to freeze. But if we have to, we have to. If we get this 2 gut, that'll set us up for a survival bow eventually. Yeah, ooh. It is risky to just sit for an hour here. Yeah, we're gonna have to find something to sleep, probably before we go to the muskeg. Actually, how long does this, with a hacksaw, how long does it take to get a deer pelt? 1 hour. That's a little bit too long for my taste. Because how many... if we were to make deerskin boots, we would need 2 hides and two guts. Surely we'll pick up more. If it is meant to be, we'll pick up more. But for now, I think I'm okay with the trail boots. It's kind of far. Whoop, 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 whoop. Night. Oh, it might be stuck. I might be... okay, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Everything is okay. Everything is okay. So that was an hour and a half. We should... yeah, plenty of time on the fire. Plenty of time on the fire. And we can cook this food. Almost 3 kilograms of venison. Man. Life is good. Life is very good. This is possibly the best thing we found so far. Oh yeah. Ooh. Kind of takes a load off, despite the fact that we're going to be very tired. I'm hoping that there's some kind of bed we can find somewhere or other inside the cave. I'm hoping against hope at this point. Add fuel. Probably okay to do the coal. Is there anything else we can be doing with an hour? We can probably repair some stuff. Like... no, we can break down some stuff. Harvest some hats. Harvest some mittens. Harvest some jeans. Trash jeans. Literally the worst pants. I think the only way there could be worse pants in the game than jeans is if they added in shorts. Which, why would you bring shorts here? I don't know. Oh, that's why it's messing me up. Because part of it is in the cave activation zone. What the hell? Okay, well this is fine. Alright, more venison. Almost a kilogram. And more water. Yeah, finally. Finally, we're more dead than we were the last time we came here. We're in more dire situation than the last time we came here, but we do have food. And we also got here faster, because last time, by the time we got here, we had gotten well fed by now. But so far, how many days has it been? Where is it? Here. 2 days. So we're on the verge of getting well fed. How close to death? Well, last time we had, I want to say 80% of our health left. Now we only have about 50% of the health left. But this time, we're definitely not going to randomly sleep for more than 1 hour at a time and accidentally freeze to death. Which, in my opinion, bad game design. But who am I to talk? Food-wise. It is cooked food, which means it's some of the worst calories versus weight ratio. So we'll eat that first. And we do have a glorious 19 marshmallow stalks. But the reason I say we're in a worse condition here is because, so this is the cave that goes up to the upper zone in the Forlorn Muskeg. The reason I say we're in a worse condition now is because between here and next we're going into Milton, the cave is going to spit us out down here. I don't know of a single bed that we can rest in here. And we don't have a bedroll. So our situation is good, but we might die because we can't sleep. So we'll see if that actually ends up happening. But for now we're just waiting. Once this is cooked, and once this is boiled, yeah, yikes, no bedroll indeed. Once this is cooked and this is boiled, we have plenty of water for now. And a decent amount of food. So really, yeah, let's speed up. Actually, yeah, we're going to be going in the cave. So, do we have anything that we can do with 15 minutes? What can we make? We don't need any of these wraps. We don't need bandages. We can make a wound dressing. Never a bad use of our time. Okay. Pick you up. Pull a whole bunch of torches. That is a garbage torch to pull. Trash torch.
Feels like
This is better. I'm hoping against hope that we can find an improvised bed somewhere in this cave or somewhere in the next cave. I don't have very high prospects. Ooh, these are some good torches we're getting. I don't have very high prospects, but really at this point, it's all we've got. It's the only thing that can save us. Alright, one more torch after this. Alright, show me the money. Now that is one of the worst torches. Okay. But for now, we're keeping an eye out for some improvised, like, pine needles on the ground. That makes things look like a bedroll. Alright, if I was one of those, I would be tucked away somewhere over here. But apparently I'm not one of those. We'll take all this coal, though. Over encumbered.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
But who cares? Not me. Actually, I probably should care. Because walking slower makes it... gives us a lower chance of actually finding a bedroll. Okay, so... we'll explore the extremities of this cave. This little room here. And I believe... well, for one... swap out this torch. But I believe that if we go to the near entrance, which is over here, that should lead us into a donut. I told everyone that I wouldn't be walking around and doing detours in these caves, but I'm so desperate to find a bedroll or a bed, then I'll do it. Mackenzie is such a little princess that he can't just hop a squat on the ground and take a nap. It's like, come on, man. Just rough it for, you know, a couple of hours. Okay, now this room has perhaps better chance than the other one, but I'm still not liking the odds. Yeah, nothing over here. Nothing over here. Nothing over here. Eventually, this direction will lead back to the other room, but let's check it just in case. And that is the room that we checked before. So, nothing. Now, we do have one more cave. Actually, 1.5 caves more to check. There's the birch forest up here on this plateau. I wasted a whole bunch of time earlier gathering up birch bark, thinking, oh, I'm so clever, I'll make some birch bark tea. But no, it turns out you can't prepare birch bark in this game mode. Very silly. Okay, mountaineering rope. Oh, hold on, let me think. We need to think for a moment. I think I actually need to pick this rope up.
I could use this.
Because we need it for the ravine. And I forgot to bring the rope that was at the maintenance shed along. So I think we need to take this. And, do we actually go directly to Mystery Lake from here and bring this rope along? I don't know how easy it's going to be to bring this rope up to Milton. I think it should be okay. We can probably drop a whole bunch of firewood. And we're also about to get well fed. Yeah, still no improvised beds. This is getting kind of rough, though.
I might have to drop some gear.
Not if I have anything to say about it, Mackenzie. But I will probably drop all these stones next time I go into the menu, which is maybe now. Okay, so there's a pseudo cave over here somewhere. Should be close. That I want to check, but then we'll head up to Milton. Yeah, right here. If there's a bedroll inside here, or somewhere to sleep, which I don't think there is. If there is, and there's not. Stop giving me skill books. Please. I'll take the peaches, though.
Where's the good stuff?
Yeah, where is the good stuff? Not here, apparently. Well, of course that's a vista. Why am I not surprised? Yeah, nothing in the back. Okay, useless. Useless cave. A cave only a mother could love. Alright, so the next stop is the transition cave. And we're going to have to hope we get lucky there. Because we are only going to start walking slower and slower as the time goes on. You know what? Maybe I even drop some of these, Can I please climb, Mackenzie? Mackenzie. There we go. Mackenzie, come on. Because we're getting pretty close to being molasses speed. And if we get stuck under a climbing rope with zero fatigue, that alone might do us in. And nothing over there. All right, let's hop up. Let's hop up and just try to believe. This is the time when Goku is... No, Piccolo and Gohan and Krillin are buying time against some big bag enemy, and Goku has to just gather all of the world's energy with the spirit bomb. And of course there's not a cave, it's just a path. I could have sworn there was a cave.
This
Okay,
pack is
well,
getting kind of heavy.
this is getting into an even worse situation. I don't think there is... Yeah, I'm pretty certain there is no pseudo bed over to the left where that guy's burnt out house is, where we froze to death last time. So we'll go around to the right and just hope we can find something. That looks like a dead end. So we'll just go around here and hope that we can find... I feel like there's... Yeah, there doesn't really look like a road over there, huh? Okay, so this is kind of dire. Dire situation here. But at least we have enough coal to not freeze, and enough food to not starve, and enough water not to dehydrate. Now we're just dying by the most ridiculous thing possible. An absolutely silly way to go, but at this rate, that's how it's going to be. Actually, how many torches do we have left? 5. Let's remember that. No marshmallows, no caves. Other than the time that we came by and I probably froze to death, I've only been in this area, I think, once. So I really don't know what's around here. Hence part of the problem of me not knowing where the nearest bed is. I'm almost certain there are no beds on the middle islands. Almost certain, but not completely. But at the same time, it feels like sleeping out in the open in an improvised bed on one of those middle islands is probably suicide. So if at all possible, we're not going to do that. Oh, come on, don't start being windy. You don't need to be windy. I'm also pretty sure this ice is thick. Do a quick little detour. Check the top of this guy, check for marshmallows, and then we'll head back across. No marshmallows, huh? Rude. Very rude. Can't quite tell, but it doesn't look like there's anything cave-worthy over there. If we can find a cave, there's the possibility of finding a bed in the back. Not a great possibility, but it might be the best we got. Okay. Bunch of wolves probably over on that shore, so we're not going to go very far across that direction. In fact, we're not going to go that direction at all if we can help it. Man. You know, if it wasn't so cloudy, I might even be able to see something. Okay, show me what you got. Anything worth talking about? Tree branch. A branch. Yeah, nothing. Nothing here. So... So let's head back across. Let's head back across and hope for better luck. Question is, we double back and check that area over there that we missed, which was kind of like here-ish. Probably not. It looks a little bit too... It looks a little bit too rocky and not cave-like. So we've made it back to the Milton Basin, where we are probably going to die again. Although the reason will be different. This time the reason we die is going to be because we don't have a bed. We don't have a bed, and there's probably nowhere easy to find to sleep down here. Not that sleeping down here helped us out last time we got here anyway. But where we are at is, again, dire. Also, come on, Mackenzie, there's like barely any wind. Can you please walk? Alright. This is too slow. I'm hoping that somewhere on the eastern side of the basin, there's either a truck or some kind of a cave over in here that we can find and sleep in. So that's what I'm currently looking for. If I could walk, Jesus, Mackenzie, come on. This is a little much. Wait, hold on. I could have sworn. One, I just checked the middle islands. I just checked the top. You know what? There's 2 middle islands. I probably didn't check the right one. No, but it has to be this big one. Maybe I didn't go up high enough. I did have a recollection of there being some kind of an improvised bed over here. But I checked the first little hill here, and I didn't see it. So perhaps I just gave up too early. Let's find out. Let's find out or die trying. It's also much more pleasurable being able to walk this direction instead of walking into the wind. Because damn is he slow. Okay. So show me a nook. This doesn't look very nook-like. Even in this nook. Yeah, so it's not this one. And there's our old footprints. Which means it must be the other one.
My head feel thick.
Alright, come on, Mackenzie. This is a little bit silly. You can walk faster than this. At least I think that's a little island over there. Certainly it must be, surely. It couldn't not be. Yeah, probably some wolves over there. We died in that cabin. You can barely see the dark splotch near the middle of the screen. Or at least I can barely see it. Did I get turned around? No. We're going this way. Yeah, so the second place I was going to check is this top right area here. Right now... Actually, where the hell are we? The map says there's only one hill. One little island, and it's that one. And I didn't see the nook anywhere. Which means this that I'm looking at is this bump here. Wait, hypothermia already?
Die if I don't warm up soon.
Okay, well... Let's find a tiny little... thing against the fire. Oh, buddy. Buddy. You know what? I've got all the time in the world. This guy won't bother me one bit.
Come on. Come on.
Come on, what are you barking for? Yeah, whoa, hello.
Life out here.
Yeah, get out of here. Get out of here, punk. Let's toss some sticks. And a coal. 19 coals. We are going to be toasty, buddy. There he is. And of course I dropped all my stones. You know what? Yeah. Burn, baby, burn, Disco Inferno. Okay, so I'm warming up. What can we do in the meantime? I guess there's really no good use of this fire. Other than maybe putting one more coal on to warm up even better. And then pulling some torches. No, don't need that. Huh. Okay, come on. Don't burn out on us. Let's pull some. Trash torch. Garbage torch. Okay. So. Okay, this is probably enough torches, right? I'm just worried about this campfire burning out on account of wind. But these are some nice torches. Okay. Let's take a poke around. See if we can get to the top of this rock that we're walking around here. Because perhaps this is where the cozy nook is. Something tells me there's no cozy nook here. Okay, there's no cozy nook. I think we just have to go. We have to go probably inland this way. Yeah, we should be here. We should be looking inland this direction. Yeah. Okay, birch forest, climb the ropes, stick to the left of the... There's an island that you can walk up. Stick to the left, stick to the left, stick to the left. You can walk up. Birch forest at your back. Stick to the left, you're back to the birch trees. There's an island you can walk up. I'm trying to imagine exactly where this could be. Well, it couldn't be to the right. We already checked the island that's right in front of the screen here. I already looked up there, and there was nothing. And that would be the big island in the middle here. Left of that. Okay, so then I really did just walk past it. I guess let's just follow here for now. Wait, I didn't even realize there was a smaller one next to it. I must have just completely walked by. Oh, this little guy here. Okay, interesting. Wait, no, that was just a... All I remember seeing over there was some not palm fronds, some reeds. Well, I guess we can check. I suppose we can check. Almost midnight, and it's getting a little bit brighter. Okay, so definitely not whatever this is, right? Just checking behind this rock. Yeah, there's nothing over there. Okay, so let's go around to the left. And see if there's a cranny that I missed. Entirely possible there is. The darkness. Okay, if I was a nook, I would be like right here. But I don't think I'm right here. Oops. Didn't mean to pick that up. Or equip that.
Can't feel my feet.
Okay, if I was a nook, I would be right under here. But I'm not. If I was a nook, I would be right here. Whatever this lump is, somewhere. Somewhere underneath this lump. And if I'm lucky, maybe there's even some marshmallows. I think I'm not lucky. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Let's go around here, and then we can try to get up on top of this rock. I would not like napping in the lowlands, where any Tom, Dick, or Wolfie could come and nibble. Yeah, certainly this is like minus Tirith here. Gotta have something nice on top. Surprised that fire is still going over there.
Tired. I could just lay down right here.
All right, show me what you got. Show me what you got. 4, 5, 6. Okay, we're fine. Torch me. Okay, now, if I was a Nook, I would be somehow involved here. I don't see anything. So I don't have the highest hopes. Okay. So the top of this is awash. I probably should have expected that. How about lower? No luck. Okay, so nothing here. And this is the smaller island here. So, for starters, I think we need to start another fire, because we're about to chill.
Never felt so cold in my life.
Stick. Okay, let's think. I think we need to go up the inlet that is past the birch forest. Because so far there's nothing down here. All right. You started. You can get a coal and start warming us up. Come on. There we go. You can do it, Mackenzie. And add another coal. Okay, let's warm up. Let's warm up because the temperature outside is only going to get colder. I think the next place to check is in this little inlet area for caves. And perhaps in the back of the cave there will be a stick bed. At least that's what I'd hope for. Snail chip, 15 sticks and 5 cloth. We don't have that many sticks. You know what? Why not add more coal? We don't need all these books. And probably not the jerry can at this point. That should make life a little bit more bearable. But the inlet at the beginning, if you follow the rocks and keep leaning on the right side, eventually find a pathway. Okay, I might know where that is. And I might have walked right past it. We'll find out. We will find out. We needed to warm up anyway. And come back this way anyway. So, based on that, it's probably... I think we come from the south, like here. Yeah, I think this is the path that leads south. And so we go around, we are here. If we just cut across, I think that's a good place to start. Okay. And we're quite warm. I believe this is the way we go for starters. Fingers crossed. And to be honest, if you think about it, you should be able to stay awake for 7 days before you drop dead. When we were coming from over the left over to the right here, I cut over to these islands early because I thought I had remembered a little bit of a house. Not a house, but like a bed on top of the big island. And I didn't go over here in this direction. So I'm thinking that I'm gonna end up regretting not having done that. Okay. First order of business, let's see if we can get up on this little mound here. And it looks like... Question mark. Okay, we can get up here. It is kind of dark, but at least it's a little bit better of a vantage point. And with luck, we can find the edge of the cliff and maybe a cave. A cave would be good. Okay, so down. That looks like a dead end. And so let's head over on the right here. And I believe eventually, if we just follow this cliff on the right, I think there should be caves. A pretty good fire over there. Okay. Yeah, this is a place I didn't check before. Not a cave, though. So let's just keep going. Okay, so this right side might begin to look promising as far as getting off of the water is concerned. Let's find out. 5 torches left. They're all pretty decent. Okay, this doesn't look intended. So let's pass that. Keep going around. Okay, so we should be about here-ish, I think. So I think we just keep following this ridge. And it should bring us eventually somewhere. Where? Who knows? When? Who knows? Okay. Looks like we're getting pretty close to being able to get into these hills here. That doesn't look intended. This looks intended. Actually, how many cloths do we have? 7 cloth. Tempting. I'm trying to think. Can you sleep in a snow shelter? You probably can. Maybe we just make our own bed. And then we lie in it. No, that's a rock, not a stick. That's a branch. What are you? Are you a cave? You look like a cave. So let's see if we can look out. And if we can even get inside here. Alright. Usually these things are in the back of the cave. I can hardly see. Jesus. Even with the torch, I can barely see what's going on here. But I'm not seeing anything in this cave. Wow. Actually, where the heck is the entrance to the cave? There's the entrance. Okay. How about back here? Nope, not you. We want you. Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I do not see a bed in this cave. So let's just continue. After checking all the nooks. Nope. No, that was a wash. Okay. We'll continue out to the right. Actually, how many sticks do we have? 8 sticks. 8 is a good number of sticks, but it could be more. Okay, 9 sticks. 10 sticks. We could have more sticks if I was willing to break those branches down, but ain't nobody got time for that. Okey doke. So at this point, we should be, I want to say probably somewhere in this inlet area. Just keep following the wall on the right. See if we can find something eventually. Okay. As long as the ice isn't thin, I'm happy. Alright, this looks like a place to go. I don't think I saw that, but I think I got... Okay, here's... Yeah, here we go. This actually might be the end of that... Okay, we might actually be right around here. Okay, this looks like some kind of fallen logs. Can we get across? No, not this way. Is there anything worth climbing over here for? Probably not. I want to say probably not, but you never know. That's nothing. This is probably nothing. Yeah, that's nothing. Another way down. Just another way down. Okay, so now we're at the northern side. Let's think here. Come on. So right now we're probably around here. Maybe even here. I'm wondering if we'll have enough luck to find another cave. This looks like an inlet. Yeah, this must be the inlet that heads north, maybe? It's one of the two. It might be the one that's not blocked off. But at the very least, maybe we'll find something. Okay. Let's swing around on the right here, see if there's anything up past these couple trees. Because it looks like it goes somewhere. Now, is that somewhere useful? I have no idea. Especially because it's so hard to see. Jeez. Like, Mackenzie, you should know to hold the torch behind you so you don't blind yourself. Yeah, I don't think there's anything over here. So let's head back. Yeah, nothing. Just some rocks. And this is getting extremely steep. Let's actually go down. Up, up. Okay. Fire time.
Too cold to think.
Fire time. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're in the northern inlet. Eventually this should lead to a frozen waterfall.
Come on.
Oh, come on now.
Are you serious?
Stick. Come on. Yeah, the Long Dark, they could also work on their menus a little bit. There is a hell of a lot of just empty space
Come on.
that is completely wasted. It just makes things much harder to click on than they should be. Come on.
Come on.
Come on. All right, there we go.
It worked.
Toss a coal. Get that heat up. And toss another coal. Okay, so we are probably somewhere around here. Maybe somewhere around here. Maybe. I think we're going up this inlet. And I think the smart move is we just continue following right. Eventually we'll map out the whole thing. Oh. Can we drop? The only question, how long do we stay by the fire? You know what we can do? We can cook these peaches. Oh yeah. This is the real technology. Let's think here. What should we be doing? Yeah, I think the only option we have is keep following the right and hope eventually it leads to something. But it's not looking promising at this rate. Alright, come on. Delicious. Alright, so that's that. Drink some water. And pull a few torches. Garbage torch. Okay, torch. Okay, torch. Really not getting lucky with torches on this campfire. Horrible torch. Maybe one more. Okay. Let's see what we can find. Yeah, it is dark, dark, dark. It's only going to be getting colder. Wolf. Buddy. Why are you here? Why are you chasing me? Okay, get out of here. That felt like a lucky thing. That felt like a very lucky thing. I do hear the waterfall now. Come on, bud. Over to the right. Can we go around? Can you be nice? Buddy. Buddy. Get out of here. There is the waterfall. I can see the splashes. Okay, there really is just nothing over here, huh? Yep, yep, yep. You're fine, buddy. You are okay. Uh-oh. Here's the script. Oh, perfect. You know what? You know what? I knew it. We can sleep inside the car. But we might also freeze to death. Okay. Okay. So this... we can work with this. We can definitely work with this. Feels like -6, +3. I still think we can work with this. As long as I can put a fire down. How long have I been streaming? Well, it depends on what you mean by that. You mean today? Do you mean ever? Two different answers for two different questions that can be formed by the exact same set of words. Okay,
Alright.
add fuel. Coal. Coal, old king. Warm us up, please. Let's also get some stones for the wolves. Anything in the trunk? No. Okay. So there is a thin way through, but I think I'm beginning to see it. But it requires several things to not go wrong. Marshmallows. It turns out we were always meant to come here. Okay, looking good. Looking real good. Alright. What have we got? Anything in the trunk? Let's just double check. Anything underneath? No. Trunk, can't even see in it. I thought there was another car somewhere. Where was that? I guess it was just this. You got anything? Maybe a rifle? Nothing. Okay, well that's okay. What we're gonna do is we're gonna toss one more coal on. And we are gonna sleep 1 hour at a time. So that the fire doesn't go out and we don't die from hypothermia. And life is going to get a lot better once the sun comes up, even though it's going to get even colder. Even though it's going to get colder, it'll be a lot easier once we can see where we're going, instead of having to fumble along the walls. We're probably not even where I think we are, but certainly there are no other waterfalls. This is why I kept all this coal. Each lump gives us 1 hour to sleep. Oh man. Elizabeth, you're definitely not beating the allegations right now. Ah, more marshmallow. Okay, never have I been warmer. We'll pick up some of these sticks. Even more sticks. Even more marshmallows. Truly, it was fate that brought us here. Although I don't know where that wolf went. Trying to look for where the mountaineering rope is. I don't think we can see it from here. I think we're somewhere over here. I think the rope is like here maybe? I don't actually remember. We'll just have to walk around until we find it. That is assuming, of course, that it's even here. It might not be here. In which case, rip. That would be absolutely tragic. Okay. Let's continue sleeping. And please, please, please don't let a blizzard pop up. In fact, even wind would be a bad experience. 8 minutes. Almost flubbed that one. Almost really messed that one up. Because even though we have probably around 20 matches, still not enough to burn. Just waste. Okay. If we can get into the afternoon, that would be really... Why do I not hear the... Oh, man. The fire got blown out. Damn. Okay, let's see. How... Oh, you know what? It's noon. And we can actually sleep in here. Let's not dehydrate to death, please. And we got well fed. So things are starting to look up. The wind isn't the best situation, but things are definitely starting to look up. This is why we pick up all these marshmallow stalks. Look at this. Look at us eating all this food. Okay, maybe a few more. Just because it helps us get our weight down. And maybe one more. All that food. Look at that. Delicious. Amazing. Okay, and we can... Yeah, let's continue sleeping. I think we're close enough to Milton that if we can find the climbing rope, we should be able to squirt up into Milton proper and maybe even Grey Mother's house before nightfall. And I just... Ooh, that sounds like it got colder. Unless the wind ended. Okay, good. It's less windy now. So, here's the question. Do we nap for one more time? Yeah, I think we do. Yeah, we are warming up in here. Jeez. Okay, so we can sleep in here. That's good to know. I don't like how windy it is. I do like how it's not completely cloudy and it's not snowing, so we should have at least a little bit of time to move before a blizzard rolls in. Yeah, look at this. If I was a climbing spot, where would I be? Probably in this direction, right? Kind of worried now, because I don't see any rope over here. Oh, I saw it. I glimpsed it. I glimpsed the tiny little red vertical bit. Okay. So this is good to know. As long as there's nothing fluffy waiting for us at the top of this rope, I think we made it to Milton. Pick these guys up. 6. And let's see exactly how many sticks we have. Because who knows when... Yeah, 16 sticks. Who knows when you'll need to make a shelter. Not me. Alright. Now let's get up with the quickness. Ideally, I would like to have crampons for this, but ain't no way. It's not even a very tall climbing rope. But this only... Wow, this actually only cost us about a fifth of our fatigue meter. Because we were... Oh, there's 2 climbing ropes. Damn it. We should still be okay. I knew things were going too easily. I think we should still be okay. And what do we got in here? Sticks? Sticks? Just sticks? Okay, not our problem. So let's go... I guess that's just another shorter climbing rope. So we're going to be slowing down once we get over 50% fatigue down. I think we should still make it most of the way up while we're fast. It doesn't look too tall. Famous last words, of course. Ooh, yeah, this is going to be rough. This is going to be pretty rough. Come on. Okay, I think we just need to rest on the ledge for a moment. Oh man, I cannot believe we came all the way through here, and only by the grace of God did we find that truck to sleep in. Alright, let's... Hopefully we're fast again. Not really. But as long as we can make it all on the rope, we can make it up. We do immediately need to find a bed again. I'm glad we slept for so long. There should be a farmhouse nearby, even if we don't make it all the way to Milton proper. Come on, Mackenzie, you can do it. There you go, bud. There you go. Okay. Come on, let me walk, please. Is that a deer? It is a deer. Ooh, do we spend the time on The meat should be fast even with the hacksaw. Oh, and the wind has also died down. Also barely any meat. So 7 minutes. Not mad at spinning that time. Not mad at it. Now I believe somewhere... First off, marshmallow check. No, not marshmallow. Yes, marshmallow check. Somewhere to the left here, I believe there's a farm. Can't tell if there are any marshmallows from here. There are. Okay, I think there's a farm. We'll drop by the farm, even though there's probably wolves there. Just get a few marshmallows. If the farm has an interval building, we'll hop inside. If it doesn't, I think we still have enough fatigue to get all the way to Milton without getting nappy again. Possibly more deer. Debating whether or not, well, if we can find something better than this hacksaw, I'll go back and maybe we can start getting some guts and pelts. Okay, there's the farm. Where are the wolves? Where are the wolves? Not here? I'm not mad at it. Ideally this will be interval, but it might be boarded up. I've also not heard any oos around here. And of course nothing in the car. Nothing in the car but a nice place to nap. Anything in the crates? No. Unless? No. Okay. Show me a door that can be entered. Aha. You know what? Let's check the barn first. We'll observe our food situation, and then we'll decide... Oh no, nope, we're going inside. We are going inside before he gets too close. Come on. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Oh, come on now. Okay, so it looks like he can't come on the porch. Really? You need a key? God, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, well, let's try to sneak by while he's running away. Gothy Nova 12, welcome. We're getting chased by wolves. It's an amazing experience. Certainly one that you would have enjoyed. Oh. Okay, but the question is, how far away did the wolf go, and can we get away from him without lighting this torch? Okay, he's right over there. I think if we go this way... If we go this way, I think hopefully, fingers crossed, too windy. Kind of a rough spot. We need to just hope we can get away from him. We cannot get away from him. I guess we just have to prepare then. We should be fine for at least a little bit. If he starts charging, I'll pop the flare. Of course it's too windy for a torch here. Completely typical. But maybe he'll have trouble pathing through some of this. Okay, still coming. Is there anything in the shack? No, at least nothing worth my time. Not while I'm getting chased. And these shacks are almost always useless. Let's head back to the road. That will lead us into town. And from there, actually, hopefully we can get up on these rocks. This might dead end us, and that might be a problem. But if we can get up on the rocks, we should be able to lose the wolf. This should be good. Okay. Alright, here we go. Now we can finally get into town. And get a proper bed. Jeez. Marshmallows. Always snag a marshmallow. Come on, Mackenzie. You're not this painfully slow. Oh, come on. Really? You can't walk up that? You've got to be kidding me. Well, I guess it was meant to be. We found some more marshmallows. Come on. Trying to be as quick as possible with this menuing because we don't exactly have time to burn here. Come on. And a little bit more. There we go. Okay, this should get us into town. Okay, here's the plan. We're going to get to Grey Mother's first. Once we're there, hopefully she'll have her pantry stocked. But secondly, we can drop some of our stuff to start curing. We can drop stuff that's heavy that we don't need. We're definitely carrying a bunch of coal we don't need. And then we can start branching out and basically just looting the entire town, looting the gas station, everything we can find. Every last thing. Just hoping there are no wolves in town. Sometimes there are. Come on now. So silly how slow you walk in the wind. There's Grey Mother's. Now, I haven't heard any awoos in this direction.
Escape this cold.
But again, it almost means less than nothing. Okay. That's an awoo back at the farm. Okay, I think we're clear here. Yeah, we should be clear. There's nobody on the main drag, we should be alright. So let's head inside. Anything nice on the windowsills here? Like a hatchet, maybe? No, that's a rocking chair. You know, just about to the point where we're gonna have to sleep until dawn. Okay, nothing there. No moose, no wolf. All of these things I'm okay with. Man, we would be so dead if there was a blizzard today. Definitely lucked out there. Okay. So we're inside. We're warming up. Do we have anything good? Cooking pot. Finally! Finally we get a cooking pot. My love. After all this time. But is there perhaps and a storm lantern? Kind of a shame that I dropped all of that big jerry can. But we were close enough on the timing of things, so it's probably for the best. Okay. Do you have another cooking pot? You do. We now have maximum cooking pots. At least for my taste. Okay. Right here is where we drop all of the curables. That being gut, sapling. Which, by the time all that is cured, will be able to be turned into a survival bow. Okay, but for now, I think we have enough water to sleep until morning. We do. So we'll sleep until morning. We will cook some. And then by the time it starts getting bright again, we'll be able to search the rest of the house. Which, hopefully, there's going to be some nice stuff. Jeans. Why can't I get better pants than jeans? Okay, sewing kit. We are almost out of sewing kit. So if we do find good clothes, that's nice to have. And more matches. Always, always a pleasure. We'll do 4-hour stints of sleep. As long as we wake up, everything is fine. Although, unfortunately, we have to eat some of these delicious cattail stalks. At least until we can cook this venison. Alright, let's do another 4. That'll get us a little bit farther into the night. We'll slurp some. Jeez. So this has been harder than I thought it was going to be. We would be, well, we have about a third of our health left. But at the same time, I kind of feel like now we're in Milton, we're kind of stabilizing a little bit. I'm hoping we're stabilizing a little bit. As long as I can stay away from wolves, bears, moose, and other attacking animals, I think we're okay. Okay. It is dawn, and it's also quite dark. Let's see if we can stumble over to the kitchen. I think I should be able to. Yeah, here's the stairs. We go here. Where's the door? Here's the kitchen. And the stove should be somewhere around here. Okay, start the fire. We will use many of these sticks. We can make a bunch of water. We can cook the venison. So water-wise, we're going to be great here. We're going to be absolutely fantastic water-wise here. As long as we can keep this stove fed. Food-wise, I'm not sure.
I did it.
But with this coal, only 6 coal? That's kind of rough. All right, water, let's get started. Worst case scenario, we can break down some more whatever that we find. Okay. And let's do... Not you. Where's a bad torch? Here. We can explore by torchlight. And hopefully find some food here. Although it's not looking promising at this rate. Maybe in the trash. I am desperate. I'll eat whatever you got. It's a cardboard box. I'll even eat man food. Man, I don't know why I check these cabinets. There's never anything in them. Okay, both empty. How about over here? Anything under the table? No. Here, there. Storm lantern. Let's move that here so we can remember where it is. Or perhaps better said, we can remember that it is. Swap out the torch. Not with a match, please. When you obviously have a lit torch in front of you, Mackenzie. Okay, Grey Mother did not leave us her rifle. But I suppose that was probably a little bit too much to hope for. Nothing under the table. Books. Pick up the books. And that's already ruined. Pick up the books. We should be able to... So 2 hours... No, probably 1 hour to cook the venison. We should probably check back soon-ish to make sure that doesn't burn. Alright, anything in... Tub? No. That is a green tub. Cardboard box, don't need it. Whatever is here, don't need it. Matches, I'll take it. Now that we didn't luck out with a fire striker. So I'm definitely not going to stick my nose up at some matches. Trunk. Certainly there's something good in the trunk.
Stuff will come in handy.
Not really. Sports vest is not great. And the last. There's like nothing in any of these cupboards anywhere. Completely unreasonable. Let's check the venison. All right, 5 minutes until ready. So the venison is fine. We do have a lot of books. 6 books. I want to keep at least a decent amount of coal because it is so good for temperature. All right, come on. Moldy venison turns into venison cooked. Merely gamey. 500 calories. That is worth 1, 2, 3. A little bit more, a little bit less than 4 marshmallows. Okay. You guys are melting. What can we do in the meantime? Let's see. We can always do a beard. And we can always prepare some hips. Once this 4 liters is almost finished, we can put more, basically, a few more books on the fire and time another 4 liters such that the fire burns out before it boils off the water. Let's also drop some of this superfluous firewood here. Okay. Prepare some more hips. All right, and what is our medical situation? 3 bandages. We do have antiseptic. We do have beard dressing. We have painkillers. We have reishis. We need to cook the reishis because I don't have antibiotics. We can do that eventually. Okay, 20 minutes until boiled. You know what? We can do that now. Not water, please. We want to place you. We want to cook some reishis. Or some inside antibiotics. In case we eat something gross. Is there anything worth repairing? Clothes-wise. Not really. I suppose the gloves, but we don't have pure leather. Oh, I thought I picked up socks. That must have been before when I died. Okay. So, what we can do instead, harvest 20 minutes. It should take more than 15 minutes to burn. I hope. Fingers crossed. And, yes, take you, leave you, take you 2, put another 2 liters on, and those will take 2 hours, so we need to add fuel, and we will add one more stick, just in case. Okay, so that should be done by the time we come back. I forgot to check the fridge, didn't I? Alright, let's store the water, extra water in the fridge. And now, while the rest of that is going, check on the nearby houses. At least as much as we can get. That looks boarded up. That looks boarded up. Credit union first, I suppose. The real number one concern is food. That is 100% of the thing that determines how long we can live here. Anything in the back? No. Trunk. Trunk, let me see more. Man, it's nice being able to walk fast. Okay. Is there anything nice in here? We'll literally scavenge everywhere, because you never know where you're going to find a granola bar. Usually I would turn my nose up at these shelves and cabinets here, because they're hardly ever worth the trouble. But we are in trouble, so they are worth the trouble. Oh, what was that? Chair. Finally we get some coffee. Which, if we brew all of it, could be worth 500 calories, so we wouldn't be able to eat it or drink it all at once. Check the lockers. Let's check the safe. Or I guess the, I don't even know what you would call that. The vault room. We don't need a whole bunch of coffee. Nice. We don't need a whole bunch of paper. We've got enough tinder from all the marshmallows we've been getting. That's a soda I see in the corner of my eye. Look at all these containers with literally nothing inside. Usually, lockers are reliable. But not now. More coffee. Not mad at it. Definitely not mad at it. Alright, show me what you got. Anything in the register? Candy bar? No. Not even. Alright. Let's crack this baby. Surely they wouldn't have an empty safe. That looked like something like 35 to a 40. 40. Can't be more than one full go around. Jesus, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, 46. And again, it can't be past 40. Unless. Interesting. Let's see what we got.
That'll come in handy.
I don't think it will, Mackenzie. And I don't think I will either, Mackenzie. Oh. Lockbox. Surely. Nope, nothing. The pickings are extremely slim. Like you would believe. Who knows, maybe there will be something nice in a lockbox. I don't have high hopes. After all, they are unlocked, right? Alright, I didn't have high hopes. But really nothing? Not even a cache. Not even a tiny little useless cache tinder. Anything hiding behind here? Anything hiding underneath? Not really. Well, this place, except for the coffee, was kind of terrible. Alright, now the weather is getting a little bit worse. There should be possibly some stuff in this broken down house back here. Let's check this and swing by on the road that we came in. Nothing? Nothing. You got anything? Just a burned down school. As you do. Burned down school with burned up child seekers. That's not honest at all. Okay. More firewood to feed the stove. Actually, unironically useful. Although, we should have enough water at least for a couple of days. Come on. Can you please? Mackenzie. Mackenzie needs to work on his hip flexor strength. Because it leaves much to be desired. Check the outside of the house and head up there. Then we can go over to the park. We can check the cabin by the park. We can swing around and hit the gas station, and then come back on the main road. Just make sure there's nothing nice out here. Can I not be stuck? Thank you. Nice like marshmallows. Knives. Knives are nice. Marshmallows might be nicer. Nothing. Hips. Nothing. Thank you. And let's just keep it moving. Because unlike before, when we were here last, we are definitely on a timer. We should be able to warm up in some of these buildings as we go either past or through them. Here we go. Check the outside real quick. Nothing. Show me what you got. Bed. Granola bar. I'll take it. Otherwise, I'm not seeing much on the ground here. You never know what kind of materials or things could be hidden underneath or behind something, though. I think that's a wash. Okay. Let's drink some, eat some. We still have 5 kilograms of carry weight that are free. Actually, I guess it's closer to 6. More cloth. I wonder what we can even do with all this cloth that I'm picking up. Probably make torches or something. Okay. Where am I pointing? I think I'm disoriented. Okay. That is the direction of the farms I see the bridge. And so, for starters, if we go in this direction, we'll eventually hit the park. Do we loop back around and maybe, perhaps, find a deer and start carrying lights for some boots? I'm wondering if that's worth the trouble. It is a nice day. Let's just do a slight detour here. Might be worth it, might not. But it shouldn't be too long. And I don't... I was about to say I don't think there are any wolves, but I don't know that for sure. Probably do down there. That's probably the deer we saw before. Let's see. Let's visualize. One more mushroom. Okay. This guy looks too far down. Ah! Well, I guess we're not stopping as long as he's probably going to find some way to get up here. So let's head straight to the camp, not the camp cabin. Oh, buddy, how are you already here? Let's get a torch ready. I think we'll be able to lose him if we can get to the house. The house that is at the park. This is walkable, right? Come on, there we go. I don't think he can walk up though, so we might have lost him just there. Yeah, I think we lost him. Okay, good. Very good. Now we just need to not run up on a moose. Which is also possible. Check out body later. It's probably wolf fight. We'll check. Maybe from afar. Should be doable. Milton Park. The park is exactly where I expect it to be. Do a quick sweep around. I think it's just really this building and maybe the picnic tables that are worth a look. But eventually we're going to be leaving from this direction. Because this climbing rope leads directly to Mystery Lake where Trapper's cabin is. And Trapper's cabin might actually have a flare gun or something. Alright, what have you got? Do you have anything good? No. There's almost nothing here. Unfortunate. And of course, these are the cabinets where everything is. We're warming up a little here. That's good to know. If it really starts going down, though, even this much is probably not going to be enough. Feels like this is a +5 bed. +5 is not a huge amount. Yeah, nothing. Nothing. In fact, we're not even going to check the tables. We're going to go straight down to the gas station. Because these temperatures are nothing to mess around with. Especially with only a third of our health left. Okay. Let's check out what these crows are circling.
My fingers feel numb.
Can't see it yet. Maybe a man. Certainly there's no wolf waiting behind this corner, right? Right. Okay. At least we got lucky once. Anything in the trunk? No. I guess it's the bed of the truck, not the trunk. You know what I mean. Alright. We have 2 rocks. 2 rocks to our name. And no wraps to be found in sight. Okay, let's see what we got here. Is it a man? It is a man. The man with the pry bar. We already have a pry bar. In fact, I think we've already found 2. So we don't need a third. The curse of the pry bar remains. Anything in here? No. Literally nothing. Alright, how about inside here? In the glove box? Nothing. Back seat? Nothing. In the locked trunk? Why would you lock a trunk if there's nothing in it? Nothing. Okay, top and side warm up. Man, Mike hit him for a bedroll right about now. I think there should be a makeshift bed somewhere in the back here. Spray paint, don't need it. Cash register, show me granola. Anything nice? More stump remover that we are never going to use. So not even no worry about picking it up. Man food. Don't want to miss anything on these shelves. Like these salty crackers. Ketchup chips. Turkey. Just a little bit though. Just a smidge. Looks like they already ate most of the stuff here. A broom. A broom, I said. A broom! How about the cooler? Nothing, really. Not even a cooler. How about the office? Office/bathroom. Nothing. Not even a first aid kit. Metal shelf, nothing hiding this side. Nothing hiding behind. Okay, here's our little bit. More peaches. At this point, I'm not mad at peaches. Wood, fire. Undo it, probably empty cupboards. I mean lunch. Lock boxes on the wall there. Check these cupboards, check these lockers, and I think we're done here. Some kit is welcome. Did not mean to stop that, sir. Alright, locked locker. Are you empty? Of course you are. Okay. So, this I think is pretty much a, well, I'm not going to call it a wash, because we did find a good chunk of food. Let's open the store just in case. Don't actually need to leave. Okay. I think we're set here. And we'll nap for an hour just to get warmth back. We don't actually need to sleep quite yet. Okay. Let's sleep for 1 more hour. Just in case that if there are crows across the lake, in the lumberyard, or I guess the stump yard, there may be a deer. And surely there's a bunch of deer available around here. 1, we can check for meat, and 2 deer pelts we can start working on better shoes. Now, of course, no rabbits means no rabbit skin mittens and no rabbit skin hat. But deer skin, those are available. What do you guys find? You guys do something good? Okay, let's take a peek back here. Maybe in some of these trees. As long as there's no wolf visible. We have no scent marks. As long as he stays back there, we can maybe take a peek or something. I don't see anything yet. That might be a deer. It might also be a stump. It might be deer. It is deer. It's pretty close to the wolf. I think it's a deer. Ooh, and it's close to the wolf. I think this will be okay if we start a fire first. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have to start a fire first. Which means we need all of the sticks I can manage to grab. Yeah, Buddy's pushing it over here, huh? Let's see what this deer actually has for us. Alright, hardly any meat. Less than ideal. Let's start a fire. With a book, that's fine. Wood mesh, that's fine. And 30 cattail heads. We can probably drop a few of those. Because 30 cattail heads is a little bit excessive, I think.
Come on. Come on.
Come on, come on. Alright. A bunch of sticks. I wish I had more sticks. How long exactly is this going to take? Hour and a half. What about this ranch? We're an hour and 30. That's rough. Right. We did pick up a bunch of firewood. 2 hours. How long is this going to take? Right. 2 hours and 6 minutes for all of it. Yeah, better safe than sorry at this point. Let's be real with it. It's definitely better safe than sorry. Okay. And you know what? We're going to cook this on the spot? No. We're probably fine. Let's get out of here. Okay, so that is one half of the dude. That is one deer. One simple, he's not even chasing us. The arch with these hips. Temperature-wise, we're great. Okay. Heading back into town so if there's no problems. We need to find one more deer in a safe spot. Where could we find deer? We can maybe find a deer to the west. We can maybe find a deer to the north. Both increase the risk of wolf. That's boarded up. That's busted up. That's... yeah. Nothing. Nothing in the back. Might as well check the glove box. Maybe we'll get lucky. Nope. No luck. Just zigzag and go through everything inside town. We're gonna lose this torch. I just know it. Well, we're close to base. I think we do... yeah, there's torch. No wolf in town. That's Yeah, no wolf down. I think we have enough time, but again, if we need to, it's actually quite close to being sleepy time. Metal lamp. Take the book. And what do we got here? Spore vest. Don't need it. I'm not going to turn my nose up either. Nothing around here. One of those things might be worth repairing. They might. I don't think they're better than the current light sweatshirt we have. Finally, something in the cupboard. I've been looking my entire life.
There's gotta be something useful in here.
Ah, there is indeed. 10 of sardines. Why not an 11 of sardines, you wonder? Well, it's because more than 10 don't fit in 10. Okay. Upper cupboards. So there. And I suppose all we have left is the fridge. Never get lucky here. Briefcase. Possibly clothes? Nope. Possibly antibiotics? Nope. Yeah, no luck. Let's get out of here. When it gets dark, these houses with the horseshoe entrance are always hard for me to find the exit. Nothing in the truck bed. No box. Nothing. Alright, how about you? How about you? Nope. Are we gonna get lucky with another bag of chips? At this rate, no. The girl can dream, can't she? Well, if I'm dreaming... Ooh, crackers, nice. If I'm dreaming, maybe I'll dream up a bedroll. Alright, anything on the floor? Firewood, we'll take it. Hot belly stove, literally the worst stove possible. Look, take it. Anything on a bed? It's not a bed, it's a table. The answer is no. Cabinet, no. Belly drawer, certainly there's a nice piece of clothing there. Yeah, was it a cowchan or a fisherman's sweater? That would not go amiss. Show me the goods. Show me excellence. Anything under the bed. Not really on that side. And not really on this side. Again, take the sewing kit, because we're kind of low on that. Towels, don't need it. Grandmother certainly has enough curtains to it up. There's probably first aid kit somewhere here, but I can't see it. Because it is really getting dark. Right. We checked. I'm pretty sure we checked this before. One more house. Maybe more houses. There's also the post station. We might have to check the post office tomorrow. Actually, it's too dark here. Come, we can sleep. How many matches do we have? 25. 35. We've got 40 matches, so I'm okay with popping a torch. Just so we can see, and maybe not miss something good. Also give us an excuse to drop some of these low-quality torches. Trail boots, those are going to get for giving some pure leather. That means we can finally repair either our boot boots. I guess we already have trail boots right now. We can either repair those. We shouldn't be that bad, though. Or we can repair our gloves, finally.
Too much stuff to carry.
It's no too much, Mackenzie. Not enough stuff to carry. And again, this is going to get blown out. Torch will get blown out the second we even think about going outside. Which is unfortunate, but that's the way it is. It is how it is, man. You can hear it, we've got some more cupboards, though. 3 cupboards up here. Surely.
Good
Aha, finally we got a can opener. Now we can not lose calories smashing these cans open. That should be it for here. Yep, get out. Alright, roll it out. There we go. And next house, I think it's going to be the one across the way. Alright, check the back seat on. The light part of the day really is warmer than the earlier part. Did we check this house? I thought we checked this house. Let's just make sure.
I'm gonna leave something behind.
This is one of those metal lamp. We've been here. He has been here. So across and right. Trying to gauge how many houses we have left. Should have taken the storm lantern from grandmother's, but we definitely need a torch here. I should have taken the storm lantern. However, we're going to need that for the cave that heads up to Hasher Valley. We can always make more torches. And I think we have something like 40 matches. That should be good for us for at least a little bit. Maple syrup, very nice. Actually, good find. Listen, also a good find. Toaster. We don't need scrap metal. What we need is hashtag swag. Okay, let's eat some food. Chips, mostly. We don't get sick. Jesus, hope we don't get sick. Alright, and soda. And then we can top it off with the rest of the water we have. But what is that? 1.5 kilos of beer meat. That is something like 1,500 calories. Pretty good. Pretty good, but heavy and needs cooking. Nothing but tub. Very rude. How is that cabinet searched? I've never seen an open cabinet be searched. Oh, I checked, didn't I? Yes, I did. Nothing under the bed. Under the bed? Nope. And is that it for this house? I'm gonna go yes. Yeah, nothing. Alright. See this going out? Oh. Pleasant surprise. Anything in the guts of this house? No. Where are these crows flying? I think they're just flying by. Okay. Next into the house is probably this little guy here. And then it's the post office. Maybe there's one more house that is on the post office, but I think the chances are low.
Wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Usually those houses are either boarded up or burned down. This should be the back door. Or I guess the side door, what have you. Okay. Check the truck bed? Nothing. Check truck. And no. Okay. Yeah, one of these houses might be trouble. Maybe. Okay, now have we been here? No, I don't think so. Give me your jacket. It looks like a nice jacket. It looks like a better jacket than what I'm wearing on the inside. Sewing primer.
Someone's stash.
Actually, unironically, maybe for the first time tonight, while we're waiting, so we can go to bed and wake up at dawn, maybe we actually do read a little bit. Yeah, there's nothing else here. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there's nothing. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, right. Actually, that plugs not sprinting then. A car. 2 cars. 3 cars. Don't see anything on the seats. Yeah, nothing back there. Trunk, that locked trunk. Usually a good sign.
It's gotta go.
Well, I say usually a good sign. What do I know? What do I know? Alright, nothing. Anything on the backseat? No. How about ye old glove box? No. Why do I even bother? I don't know. Hopeless optimism, I suppose. Another locked trunk, another chance to be disappointed. There we are. Okay. These 2 are enterable. The other one's boarded up. Right. Show me something good. Show me something. Like, actually, there's just a spray can. Other than that, this place has been picked clean. Completely. Anything in the kitchen? Not that I can see easily. Doesn't even have the courtesy to leave some coffee out.
Might have to drop some gear.
Don't make easy. We don't drop gear here. You know how this works. Wow. Wow, truly, this is the emptiest house. Of course, there's a moldy boho salmon. Trash fish. Actually, it's the best fish to find, in my opinion, that I know of. 1,000 calories again. Nothing to scoff at. So maybe that's actually worth it. If we can be quick in here, which maybe we can, we might even be able to light the stove again with this torch. At least I can read. Hello, first aid kit. Random in a cardboard box. What are you doing here? Literally nothing. You are doing absolutely nothing. Right. Back home. Hopefully maintaining torch. Actually, let's sprint. Let's sprint. And quickly see if we can light the fire. We do have venison and salmon to cook. So, start fire. Torch, book, get bed. Start. Cross our fingers. Come on. Sometimes you just have to believe. And... Right, very nice.
Pretty well.
Toss you. Okay, add fuel. What can we burn? We can burn probably a couple books. Probably a seer. Let's toss these cookables on. We don't have quite enough time on fire to burn huge amounts. Uh-oh. Let's pick these up before it gets spoiled off. And I think we can probably... Yeah, it should take an hour and a half. Take that time. And we can cook some hips. Like I said, they don't lie. No, they do not. Okay, and what can we do in the meantime? 10 minutes. 10 minutes. We certainly don't need all this scrap metal. But what can we make? Pair more rose hips, and that tea will be done. Venison. We'll cook another rose hip. We'll prepare relation mushroom. Chee should be done. We don't need anything else that we can do. Honestly, we don't even need bandages, because if we get attacked by anything that causes us to need bandages, we're probably already dead. And we're close to being able to sleep until morning. But here we go. We can go out here, and we can drop these curables. 2 guts, 1 deer hide. Okay. Boil, boil, boil. Bubble, bubble, toil, trouble. Yeah. Might as well repair things. Ski jacket. Ooh, sweatshirt. The thin wool sweater is better than the sweatshirt, I think. But I believe the sweatshirt is better than the plaid shirt. Okay, this is going to be half Celsius and 1 Celsius. You're going to be half and half. Yeah. The thin sweatshirt is better. And we have... That's good. Alright. Let's eat this fish. Because even cooked this fish is heavy. And it also gives us a little bit of 1,000 calories. It'll also give us some lantern oil that we can put inside our lantern. Which we already have. Yeah. 1/10 of a liter. Which is actually a huge amount of oil to get from one fish. 30 minutes before one. It's not going to cook off. And look at all this beautiful food. This beautiful coffee. Let's try the pear. Alright. It went through. You're boiled. You're boiled. Kind of regret. No, I don't really regret not taking any torches. Pretty morning when you wake up. This is it the door? I don't know where I am. I don't know where I am. Sticks on. That means the fridge should be here. Okay. We'll put a little bit more water in the fridge. We'll put some of this food in the fridge. That is a lot of water. Very nice. Yeah. Yeah, store some food in the fridge, so that way we'll have it on the way back to Hush River Valley. Although I'm sure we'll be picking from it as we go. Okay, fridge is there. This is the window. Oh, you're crouching? No. Why am I stuck against the window? Okay, so that means... What are these two games doing here? Table, chair. The door must be here. So we'll look at the window. Back up. Back up. Try to find another window, and eventually we'll slide into the stairs. There we go. And now, here we go. Find this window, go through the doorway, and the bed should be... Where the hell's the bed? Actually, where the hell's the bed? Table. How's our table? Where the hell are we? Okay, here's the stairs. There we go. This is where we want to be. Bed. Alright. We're in first, because the game will murder us if we try to sleep and dehydrate ourselves. Do 4-hour stints, just for convenience. The optimal way to do it is 1 hour at a time, but that is stupid game design and I refuse to get into it. At least when I don't desperately need to. Okay. Sleep. And we are just breaking into dawn. We can sleep for maybe 2 more hours. We should be fully rested and fully light. Okay, current order of business. I want to get 1 more deer hide before leaving town. I think our best bet might be to head west. These guys are fine. Let's keep one of these cooking pots with us just in case we desperately end up needing it. We shouldn't. What does that really count for? Okay, drop you. Drop you. We don't need so many cattail heads. In fact, we don't need any of this nuisance. Oops. I suppose 2 coal's probably fine for now. 10 cattail heads should be fine. And go here and drop 2 of those. We are quite low on on-demand fires, though. Okay, what can we dish to lose a little bit of weight? We do have 5 kilos free. I don't know why I'm carrying this. We need to remember to take imaginary rope, but we don't need it up in Hush River Valley. We need it south in the ravine. Okay. Okay, that's good to keep in mind. But until then, also don't need this right now. I think what we'll do now is we will look out to the east, not east, the west, and see if there's anything scary on the way to the church. I usually see wolves there. But if we... What was that? Nothing. If we can sneak by, maybe even snag a deer pelt, that would be the ideal. We have 2 flares. I also just heard in a woo, but I could not pinpoint the direction. Unfortunate. Come on. So let's get a look from far away. Does anyone see anything fluffy? I don't. There's a possibility of fluff down in the river here. I think we're good. Oh, it's actually it's quite cold. And it's getting windy, so I don't think we can afford to be slow now. We'll hop into this car, we'll check it, and we'll also wait for our stamina to come back. Still want some wolves. Yeah, looking good. I think we can warm up at the church. There should be a bed there. Nothing in the back seat. Yeah, I forgot how early in the day it is. It's not warm yet. Okay. Let's just daisy chain these cars, and that'll take us all the way to the church. Check the back seat. Don't actually enter it if you don't need to. Never anything in the glove compartment. Okay, there's the church. Anything in the bed? No. Nothing on the seats. I don't hear any ooze.
Cold's making my head feel
It means nothing. Oh yeah, it is cold out here. Nothing on the seats. How about that empty glove box? Alright, we're heading inside. Heading into the church. Actually, let's just double check there's nothing nice on any of these. Yeah, we're inside. We're gone. We are gone. Okay, warming up. Barely, though. But it would be the end of the world if we napped for a little bit. These books. Candy bar. Nap to warm up, nap to get a little bit of fatigue back from a tiny little bit of sprinting. Plank. Magnifying lens. That's a good find. It's not the most versatile finds, but it'll definitely save us some matches. So this detour is worth it. Okay, so let's take a quick stock. We are here. This bit. The exit to Hushed River Valley is up north here. I kind of feel we don't have good enough clothing for Hushed River Valley yet, but I don't think we can do anything about that. There are probably some more deer carcasses down here by the farm, but there's also wolves. So that's going to be a needle to thread if we try to go down and get one more carcass. Maybe we take a quick peek up this road and see if there's anything there. And we can head probably back down. No, we head across here. We could also go up the road into the mountains here. Eventually that leads to Plancraft. That might have something nice on it. Okay. Let's sleep 1 hour at a time. And let's quick check that north road and we'll cut back down. There's a cave we can check on the way down in the mountain. One more nap. It sounds like it's getting windier. Please don't be a blizzard. Please don't be a blizzard. Then we can head back to Grey Mothers, which is, for lack of a better term, the base. And that's the base as in the place that we rest, not Al Qaeda. As in, you know what? It's a nice amount of water. Okay. Food's fine. Water's nice. And it doesn't sound windy. I don't know if I trust it. Okay, good weather. Good roll. Any marshmallows? Ooh, maybe over there. Maybe over there. Oh yeah, we got marshmallows. And also saps. And the wolf. So let's be quick. I thought there was a wolf somewhere in this area. In fact, let's be so quick we don't need the third marshmallow there. Oh, I can't. He turned around. Yeah, we're going. We're leaving. We are out of here. We do have a torch. Okay. We have a torch, no centaurs. Moving fast. Yeah. We're swooping around. Pretty please, fingers crossed, find another deer carcass. Yeah, that's pretty back there, a wooing. May have heard something far away ahead. Couldn't quite tell. Okay, do we go up this way? I think we do. We'll swoop around here, and then we can cut back through over there where the cave is. Just went behind the trees. But there may be something in these hills. Just have this torch ready. I don't have the highest of hopes. The weather is nice enough that we might be able to swing it if we can find a deer. Oh, that's a wolf. And that's right there. Jesus. Jesus. Well, we bounced off of that. God. It scared the crap out of me. I don't think I even saw him. Well, that was lucky timing. That was very lucky timing. Let me just check something. Click. Click. Interesting. That's strange. Very strange. Oops. What are you? You are here. Okay. So, we definitely go around that guy. And it's getting kind of cold. Do I really think there are good odds of finding a deer up here? I feel like the chances are not great. Well, certainly if we go all the way to the waterfall and the bridge over it, we might find something, but that is a little bit far out of the way that I want to go. It is actually quite far out of the way. I'm hoping that over one of these tiny hills we're walking over, there will be a deer. But it's not something that I can count on for sure. Man, I'm so desperate for a pair of boots. Keep an eye out. It's just a stick. What is that? Saplings? I can't tell. All right, I think this would be the most likely place, but I'm not seeing anything. So let's just check for marshmallows and then probably head back. And there are marshmallows. A lot of marshmallows, actually. You know what? It's cold enough. Probably worth a little bit of a sprint. That looks like a maple sapling, and we don't need maple. Come on now. Freaking geometry, man. This is actually a really fantastic spot for food. There's been so many marshmallows here. Jesus. I take back what I said about the forlorn muskeg. Past the radio tower? That would be a little bit arrogant for this evening. Maybe on a day that's sunny. But for now, I think we head back inside and just take stock. Take stock of what we got, because the answer is actually quite a bit of food at this point. 52 cattail stalks. So 5 cattail stalks is 750 calories. 50 is 7,500 calories. That is almost 2 or 3 days of food straight. Never mind other things we might find along the way. Water-wise, it's nice, but it could be better. And otherwise, equipment, nothing we want to drop here. Ah, the burst apple. Okay. This all looks fine. Clothing, we can do a lot with the clothing here. First off, let's make sure we're wearing good stuff. All the good stuff. Windbreaker, You know what? No, the sport jacket is probably as warm as the windbreaker. But the windbreaker is better at breaking wind than the new sea jacket. The only question is, can we put that on inside? We can. So we'll put that inside here. We'll put the windbreaker on the outside, so it gives us better wind resistance and better water resistance. Sweatshirt. Outside is fine. T-shirt, garbage. We're better at putting in a wool. Yeah, the thin wool sweater is our current best here. Work clothes are good for here. We just need to fix them. And we have found more socks. We did find more boots, though. We're probably going to harvest. Okay, so for starters, let's repair this worn thin wool sweater. And let's do it upstairs so that in case it gets dark, we won't have to stumble around and find the bed again. Okay, so what are we wearing? We are wearing this, and we repair. 1 hour, that's kind of rough. Well, the 40% will bring us to 89%. Come on, fail that fast? I guess it's better to fail fast than to fail slow. So maybe I shouldn't be complaining. Okay, so that's set. The hat. Well, we'll decide on that later. This is fine, this is fine. We do need to repair these guys. And to get that leather, we should probably harvest the driving gloves. Because harvesting boots takes like an hour and a half. It's some unreasonable amount of time. So now, repair you guys. Only 25% though. Kind of high risk, low reward. Alright, so it's better, but we're definitely going to have to use these boots as well. Yeah, an hour and 30 to harvest is kind of rough. Especially because it's only, a low chance 20% repair. You can probably start dropping some of these clothes. We got enough off. We're almost certainly never going to need to harvest those. Knock on wood. Okay, what were we going to do? We were going to drink. So we don't get dehydrated. Let's actually do the sardines. There we go. There we go. Yeah, we have about 10 kilograms free of carry weight. That is plenty for anything I would care to do, almost. Do we risk repairing these again? Just because it might stop us during the night? It's only a 30-minute repair. Fingers crossed. Oof. That was death-defying. Alright, what else can we do? All this is nice and repaired, mostly. We still have 8 cloths. On sticks, we don't need this many scrap metals. We'll drop those in the morning somewhere. And we don't need this many cattail heads. Food-wise, I think we're actually okay to head out north. But temperature-wise, plus 11 degrees Celsius, that is kind of rough. Okay, let's just drop this stuff, extra clothes for now. And maybe move over to the right a little bit and also drop this scrap metal. Just to get the weight off of us. I can't think about the next time we're going to need to climb a mountaineering rope that crampons would be helpful. Whether we can even make them. Because we need access to a workbench, 4 free hours, 2 cured leather, and 4 scrap metals. So let's drop maybe most of them. And we should be traveling light now. Okay. So let's grab a quick, cheeky little 1-hour nap to get a save. And I think we'll call it here. It has been the better part of 7 hours. We've only restarted, what, 4 times? 3 times? I don't remember how many times we've gotten eaten by wolves or accidentally fell asleep in the blizzard. One more time just to make sure, because I wasn't looking. I didn't see if we got a sleep mark. And... okay, got it. So, we're halfway through. Not even halfway through. Through the... I guess it would be challenge 4, right? I don't remember. Yeah, it must be challenge 4. So, survived for 5 days, 9 hours, explored 15%. We've really only gotten, what, 1 of the 5 or 6 objectives? But I think we're starting to stabilize. We should be able to crank out the rest of it next time. Alright, so let's call it here. As usual, I have been Chee, and I have been trying to visit these graves, but it turns out these graves are the things that have been visiting me. I'll see all you guys on the proverbial flip side.